Hello guys, it is Shivam here. Welcome to our brand new video. So we are going to start a new series which is a movie booking app. So we are going to make this app from the scratch by using Flutter, and the backend we are going to use is a Firebase. So on this series we are going to cover user authentication, barcode scanner, integrating payment gateway, and many more. So do not forget to hit that like and subscribe button so that you won't miss out on any of the upcoming videos we upload on this channel. Now let's get started. But before we move forward, I want to introduce you to app crafting. So this is a startup started by me. So if you are looking for the app for your business or resume, we are going to make a budget friendly app for you. You can simply fill this contact form and can send us the requirements to get a awesome app in both Play Store and App Store. You can find the link of the app crafting in the description box. So before we move forward, I want to simply show you how our movie booking app will be look alike after completing this course. Yeah, so this is the movie booking app you can see here in our emulator. So this is an iPhone emulator and this is the sign up page. As you can see, now I can simply move to the login page and can move to the sign up page back again. So I'll use my name over here. So I'll just write Shivam Gupta, something like this, and we'll enter the email and then the password. Yeah. So now I'll click to this sign up button and we'll simply sign up in the app by using a mail authentication, and we'll directly move to the home page. Yeah, so this is the home page of our Filmy Fun app. Now you will think that what is a Filmy Fun app? So this is a movie booking app and I have kept the name of this app which is Filmy Fun, and you can see at the top hello, and here we are going to show the username, the user picture, welcome to text, and the app name. And this is the trending movies as you can see here, and we can simply scroll or we can move these banners in this app automatically. So this is a carousel slider that I have added by using a Flutter, and you can see the top trending movies section, and in the top trending movies section you can see all the top trending movies. So I have added two movies just for now to show you all. So this is the Infinity Wars. Now I'll click to this and we'll directly move to the movie booking page, and in this movie booking page you can see at the top the movie picture, Infinity Wars, the movie name, action adventure, that what movie have, and some basic detail about the movie. And it is just said that we can select a date and can book the ticket for this movie. So I'm going to simply select Tuesday 21, and these are the 3 time slot available. So I'll click 10 p.m. and now I'm going to select the quantity of tickets that I need to buy. So I'll increase up to 3, and as you can see that when I'll increase the quantity, the total price will automatically change, and here it simply shows $150. Now I'll click to this book now button, and here we have added a Stripe payment gateway to book this ticket. So I'll pass a test card number, something like this, and we'll also pass the year and random CVC code, and we'll simply pay by using the Stripe payment gateway. Yeah, so here it is done, and you can see ticket has been booked successfully. Now let's move back to the booking page, and in the booking page you are going to see that we have created this section which is a bookings, and in the bookings the user are going to see all the bookings that they have done, and you will see at the top there is a QR code. Now this is the QR code that I have added, like this is something new that I've added on this series because I haven't used QR code before in any of my series. So I've thought that to add something extra and make this series interesting. So this is the QR code that we have provided to the each booking that the user going to do. Yeah. Now this barcode will scanned by an admin. Yeah. So the admin will scan the barcode, and once that barcode is matched, they will allow the user to enter in the cinema hall. Yeah, so it is a movie booking app, so it will allow the user to enter in the cinema hall. So let's move, and I will simply run the admin side in my real Android device, and I'll show you how it's going to work when we are going to scan this barcode. Yeah, Now at the right side you can see that I have run the app on the real Android device, and this is how the admin going to scan the QR code. You can see that there is a scan QR code button. Now I'm going to click this scan QR code button and it will simply enable the phone camera, and you can see that how quickly it detects the barcode and it simply says matched. So let me show you it again. So I'll click on start scan again and will simply move to the barcode, and yes, it is showed it is matched and QR code has been detected, and this is the unique ID that we have provided to the each QR code. So this is how we are going to add the QR code in our movie booking app, and this will simply make our movie app like very interesting. So now let's move to the code and make this complete app from the scratch. But before we move forward, I want to introduce you to app crafting. So this is a startup started by me. So if you are looking for the app for your business or resume, we are going to make a budget friendly app for you. You can simply fill this contact form and can send us the requirements to get an awesome app in both Play Store and App Store. You can find the link of the app crafting in the description box. So now let's move, and first I'm going to simply create the home page of our app. So in the leave folder I'll simply create a new folder name which will be the pages, and inside the pages folder I will simply create a new file name which is home.dart, and I'm going to simply import the package by using material.dart, something like this, and we'll write a stateful widget name which will be simply a home. And now once we have done all this thing, and we need to simply pass a scaffold, body, container, child, and a column. Yeah. Now here you can see that I have simply pasted some of the images that we are going to simply use in our movie booking app. So these are the some images, and here I've simply created one images folder. I'm simply pasted some of the image, and now I'm going to simply use this image. So for that I need to simply move to the perspec.ml file, and we need to call our images folder name where we have saved all our images, right? Now once you have call our images folder name, then simply run this file, and once you do that you can simply use the image. Now here as you can see in the starting that our main thing of an app is a dark theme, so that's why I'm simply change the color of the background color of this app to colors dot black, something like this. Now here I can simply switch to the home page so that I can show you what all code I'm simply writing over here. So I'll just write a home over here, and this is the home page. Now you can remove this debug banner. So for that I need to move to the home.dart back again, not home.dart, main.dart, and here I just need to simply write debug so check mode banner to false, and it will simply remove this banner from here. Now here in the home page, first I want to simply show the wave emoji, and will just say hello and the username. So for that I need to use a row widget, and in the row widget I'll pass children. Will use image.asset to get our images that we have saved in images folder. So we'll write images, and I will say simply pass our image file name which is wave.png, and now I'm going to simply pass the height and width. So let's pass the height 50, width 50, and we'll simply pass fit box width dot cover, yeah, something like this. Now we can simply pass a margin so that I can see this image clearly. So I'll pass the margin edge inset dot only. From the top let's pass 40.0, and from the left let's pass 20.0, something like this. 40 I guess it will be too much, maybe 30 will be okay, and we can simply image size up to 40. And here as I've told you, I will first show the hello text, then the username. So for that I will just write a text widget, and in the text widget I will just write a hello text, and here I'm going to simply pass the style, something like this style, and will simply pass the style text style. Now the color I need to simply pass colors dot white. Font size let's pass 20.0, and font weight will be simply font weight dot bold, yeah, something like this. Now here you can see the text. Now I can simply provide a space. So I'll use the size box with 10.0, something like this. Yeah. Now I can simply increase the font size up to 22. Now here I've simply shown the hello text, and as I've told, there will be a username. So as I'm just making the UI first, then I'll simply connect it with a Firebase for our complete backend, and then I will use the username that the user will simply use to authenticate in the app. I'm telling authenticate, so we are going to use a mail authentication in this movie booking app. Yeah, so here I will just write Shivam, something like this, and this is how we can simply show the hello Shivam text. Now once we have shown this, I need to show the user picture over here that he simply used to authenticate in the app. Now for that I need to add some of the random image of anyone in the images folder. So let me do that first. So I have pasted some random image of any of the user, and here I'll just write image dot asset, and here I'll just write images, and I will write boy dot jpg, and here I'll just pass the height up to 50, width 50, and a fade box width dot cover. Yeah, something like this. Now once we have passed all this thing, here you can see the image. Now I need to bring the image to the right side of the screen. So here I can simply use a spacer, and it will give a maximum space between the text widget and the image widget, right? Now it's simply stuck to the right side of the screen, so I can simply use a padding edge inside dot only from the right, and will pass 20.0. Now here I need to simply wrap up with a clip react widget, so that I can simply provide the border radius. So we'll write border radius dot circular, and with pass circular 60, something like this. Yeah, now here you can see the image. Now I can simply increase the height and width of an image. I think so 70 will be too much. Let's keep it 60, I guess will be okay. Yeah, it is okay. So here you can see the image of the user. Now once we have done all this thing, now I need to simply show the our app name, which is filmy fun. So I am thinking that to keep the app name, which is a filmy fun over here, which will simply match with our movie booking app. Yeah, so here first I'm going to create a text widget, and in the text widget, so first I think so I need a row widget, because here I'm going to like pass two different color to two different text widget. So that's why I'm passing the row widget over here, and in the text widget I will just write like this, which will be like filmy. So I'll write filmy, and I will simply write a style, text style. Now the color, which will be the colors dot white, and font size, which will be font size, which will be 20.0, and font weight will be like font weight, I guess W500 will be okay, but if not we can change it later, no worries about that. So I'll copy this and will simply paste it over here again, and here the color that I'm going to use for our filmy fun is the customized color code. So let me see the color code that I'm going to simply use for our this text. Yeah, so here in the color I will just pass like this 0xff, and the color code is EDB41D. So this is the color code that we are going to simply use over here, and I'll just change this text to bold, something like this. And now I can simply increase the font size of our app name that we have shown over here, which will be 25 and 25, or 28. 28 is okay, I guess. Yeah, or if you want you can do up to 32 and 32. Yeah. So filmy fun, this is our app name. We can also like pass a welcome to text over here. I think so that will look good. So here I can simply pass like welcome to text. So I'll just write welcome to, something like this, and here I can pass a cross axis alignment dot start, so that I can move to the left side of the screen. So we'll simply pass cross axis alignment dot start, and we can change the color of this text to different color. So let me find what color it will match over here. Yeah, it is okay. We can do up to 18, or I think so 19 will be okay. And here I'm thinking to increase a font size up to 36 and 36. Yeah, it is okay. Welcome to Filmy Fun. And if you want, you can provide some space. It's up to you, like how attractive you can make. Or let's pass 20, 10 is okay. 20 I think so it will be too much. Yeah, now once we have shown the hello text and welcome to Filmy Fun, now here I will simply show the carousel slider. Now the carousel slider is something that you can see in our e-commerce app, because I've used a carousel slider before, I think so many times in my e-commerce app, where we need to simply show the top products that we are selling on that app. So here in the movie booking app, I'm thinking that I will use a carousel slider here again. Now the carousel slider is because as we need to simply attract a user to see the trending movies in a carousel slider. So in the carousel slider we are going to show the trending movies. Yeah, so for that, creating a carousel slider, we need a carousel slider like package to be added in the perspec.ml file. So we need to move to the perv dev, because we need to copy that carousel slider package and first paste it in the perspec.ml file. Then we can use that carousel slider function in our Flutter app, right? Yeah. So here in the perv dev, you need to simply search a carousel slider and you will simply get this package. Now move to the installing, and we need to just copy this package and just paste it in the perspec.ml file, and we need to paste it something over here in the dependencies section and just run this package that you have added. Now once you will run this package, I hope it is successfully run. If you are using a old version of the Flutter and if you are facing any problem to run the package, you can remove the version and can also run the package easily in your Flutter app. So that will also fix your error if there will be any version error showing you. Though after adding a package I won't see any version error, so I can keep the version or I can remove the version. Both the case will be okay for me. Yeah, so this is how you can simply fix a problem when you are adding some of the packages from the perv dev, right? Now let's move to the home.dart file, and here just we need to simply pass a final. Now as I have told you, I need to show the carousel slider, and in the carousel slider we are going to show the trending movies in our movie booking app. Yeah, so I will simply create a final list. Now the reason for creating a list is because as we need to please show the images of a trending movies in a carousel slider. So here you can see that I have added some of the images, like this is Infinity War movie image, this is Salman Khan movies image, and this is Shah Rukh Khan movies image. So these are the some images that I am going to simply show in our image, not image, movie booking app. Yeah, so here I need to just write a list, and we need to pass our list name, which is image URLs. And here first I'm going to do one thing like this. Let me show what it will be. First I need to write our images folder name where we have saved our image file, and here I am going to write our first image that I need to show, which is infinity.jpg. Now here if you are writing the file name and the folder name, now make sure that it should be the exact file name that you have simply pasted in the images folder name. Now if there will be any mismatch, then you can't get the image from the asset folder and it will simply throw the error. So keep on mind. Yeah, now here I am going to simply write images again, and our second image name, which is salman.jpg, and here our third image, which is Shah Rukh. I will write Shah Rukh movies .png. Let me check if the spelling are correct, because as I have told you that there will be mismatch, then we can simply face an error. So why to face the error? Let's check the file again and again. Yeah, so once you have written all the thing and you have created a list with a image URLs. I have wrote image URLs, but just I have simply keep a list name like this. Now here I need to create a carousel slider. So for the carousel slider, I will move over here, and in the column widget I will just pass some center widget, and in the center widget I'll pass child, and I'll just write a carousel slider. So I'll write carousel slider, and in the items, uh, wait in the items, yeah, in the items I need to pass image URLs, which is our list dot map, and here I will write URL something like this. Now here I need to use a bracket, and we need to pass return, and we need to return the builder over here, and in the builder I just need to pass a build context, a context, and in the context I just need to return a container. So this is I'm creating because as we need to show the container first, and in the container form we need to simply show that image that we have shown in the images folder. You can also pass image.asset over here, but I'm going to use a container. I think so. Why to pass an container? Let's pass directly image.asset over here, and here I'll just pass the URL, and I'll just pass a fit boxfit.cover. Yeah. Now here I need to simply pass dot to list so that I can show my carousel slider, and here I just need to write, I think so over here I need to write to list something like this, and we need to add a semicolon, and here too, and I think so there is some problem with build context, so I'll simply remove this from here. Now here comes the options. Now the options, here is the main thing of the carousel options. Like in the options you are going to simply show how the carousel slider going to behave. So it is the one of the most important thing. Like there are lots of things to simply handle in the carousel slider. So let me show you one by one what all things you can simply add in the carousel option. So I'll just write a carousel option over here, and in the carousel option you can see that there are lot many thing that you can simply add in the carousel option, so that you can customize your carousel slider according to your way, right? Now here first I need to pass the height 200, and this height will simply help me to show the height, like how much height my carousel slider should cover. And here there is one more interesting property, which is autoplay. Now autoplay I will keep as true. Now let me show you. I will show you when I'll run the app again, and you will simply show the carousel slider in the home page. Yeah, so the autoplay will help the carousel slider to move it automatically. As the word says, it will move automatically, and if you keep it false, then the user need to scroll the carousel slider to see all the slider that the carousel has, right? Now here there is one more option, which is enlarge center page to true. Yeah, so it will simply enlarge the center page that it is in my home screen. Yeah. Now here the aspect ratio I'm going to pass is 16 divided by 9, and here the viewport portion fraction, let's pass 0.8. Yeah, so these are all the things that you need to simply pass, like how much aspect ratio it should cover, and what should be the fraction of a carousel slider. Yeah, so let me rerun the app again, and let me show you how the carousel slider look alike in our home page, right? So our app has launched successfully, and here you can see that this is the images that I've simply added in the carousel slider, and you can see that how automatically our carousel slider is working, and it automatically show all the slider that he has. Now I need to simply pass the size box so that I can pass a space, and let's pass the height 20.0, something like this. Yeah, now here you can see the image, but if you want you can simply change the viewport fraction and all, like how you want it. So I passed a width, as you can see in the container, to use a complete width of the screen, and I can also increase the height of the carousel slider up to 250. I think so now it's look good, and now my carousel slider are more clear, and I can see all the thing related to that. Yeah, I hope it is clear. Now if you want you can also provide a clip react I mean the border radius to your image. So you need to just wrap up the image widget with a clip react widget, and here you need to pass a border radius, and the border radius will be circular, and let's pass 10 over here. Yeah, so it also provide me the border radius to all the images that I have added. So here you can see this is a image that I am going to simply show in my movie app, and these are the some trending app. Now once you see the carousel slider over here, just below the carousel slider we are going to show top trending movies section over here, and the user can simply look to all that top trending movies and can select one of the movies and can book the ticket for that. Right now the top trending movies we are going to simply show in the horizontal direction by using the list view, so that the user can simply scroll and can see all the top trending movies. Yeah, so for that I just need to use a text widget here again. So I'll copy the text widget and will simply paste it something over here, and will just write like top trending movies, trending movies, sorry, movies, yeah, something like this. Now here I just need to change the color to white, so I'll pass colors dot white, and we need to also decrease down our font size up to 20. Now I can simply pass the size box, and let's pass the size box height 20.0, something like this. Now I think so I can increase font size at 24 is okay, or let's pass 25, something like this. Now here as I told you we need to use a list view, so I'll use a list view, and in the children I just need to write a container. Now in the container first I'm going to show our first trending picture, so I'm thinking to add Infinity Wars like image over here, and will simply provide a picture name which is Infinity Wars, Infinity Wars, and here I need to just write below the picture name that it is an action, adventure and thriller, or just write action adventure. It's up to your choice like what you want to show over here. Now here I just write like child, and we need to pass a column, and here I need to write a children image dot asset, and we'll write images, and here I'm going to simply write our picture name, or you can see image file name, which is infinity.jpg, something like this. Now I need to just pass the height, like how much height I want to simply show the image. So the height let's keep 150, and the width also let's keep 150, and we need to just pass a fit box fit dot cover. Yeah, something like this. I can't see the image because, as you know, that list view is something that we need to simply tell that a list view like how much space a list view should use, so then the list view will be going to work in this home page. Yeah, so without knowing a list view how much space list view should take, it won't show the list view over here, and it will throw the error something like this, which is a render box error. And this error simply shows when there is like a widget who don't know how much space he should take. Yeah, now think that a list view is an obedient student who just need to know that how much space I need to take to simply show the list view over here in the home page. So being a obedient student, I need to respect him, so I need to simply tell that I need to wrap up first our list view with a widget, and we need to simply pass a container, and I just need to pass the height and tell the obedient student to take almost 300 height. Now you can see the list view. Now here as you can see that it is in the vertical form, like scrolling is in the vertical form. I need to do in the horizontal form, so I need to just pass a scroll direction axis dot what, horizontal, not vertical. Vertical is already vertical. Yeah. So horizontal. Now here you can see that it simply come in the starting. Now I just need to pass the size box height, let's pass 20.0, something like this. Yeah, now here once you see the image, I think the size of an image is okay. If then we can simply increase something like this, or let's also increase the width like this. Width is too much, I don't need this too much, I just need to pass up to 180, something like this. Now once we have done this thing, now first I need to simply show this picture name. So for that I will do one thing like I'm thinking that let's use a stack widget, and in the stack widget first I need to like pass a container over here with a different color, and in that container I'm going to simply pass our app name. And as I've told you that it is, we need to simply pass 2 to 3 word like what type of movie it is: action, adventure, thriller, romantic, blah blah blah. Yeah, so for that I need to do one thing. So here in the column widget I need to simply remove a column widget and will write a stack widget, something like this. And here I just need to do one thing. I need to pass a container. Here the container, let's pass the height and width exactly like this, and we'll simply paste it something over here. And here we need to do one thing. We need to pass a decoration, a box decoration, color. Now the color will be colors dot black, and let's pass up to 45. Now the child, in the child I need to pass a text widget and our app name, not our app name, our movie name. So I will write Infinity Wars, Infinity Wars, yeah, something like this. I hope it is not visible, I know that. So I need to pass a style, text style. I think so we have done one mistake, but that's a minor mistake. Yeah, don't need to worry. I need to simply like, I have passed a text widget and overlap with the image widget. As you can see that first I've simply pass a text widget, then I've simply overlapped with the image widget. So thus behind this image widget there is this text widget named Infinity Wars. So I need to at the front. So how this stack widget going to work, like I need to overlap image widget over the text widget. So I'll simply cut it from here and we'll paste it over here. Now you can see the text, but I need to bring something over here, and the container should not cover a complete color. So for that I need to pass a margin. I'll remove the height from here and we'll just pass a margin edge inside dot only from the top, and we need to just pass a margin something like this. I'll pass 180, so it comes something over here. I hope it is okay. If not, then we'll need to do something. So I need to pass a font size 20.0 and font weight will be font weight dot bold, something like this. Yeah, now you can see the app name, and we can also pass padding rather than margin. We can pass padding edge inside dot only from the left 20.0. I need some space and all, that's why I've simply pass a margin, padding, not a margin. Yeah. So once we have done this thing, I need to use a column widget. Reason you already know that. I need to copy the text widget here again, simply paste it over here. I just need to tell that it is an action movie and it has thriller or adventure. I don't know, I didn't watch this movie till now, so I'll simply write adventure. Yeah, so I'll just pass 15 over here, something like this. Now I need to do W500 so that I can provide a different font, and maybe we can change a color of different white shade. So for that I need to simply select it from here. As you can see, yeah, we can use a cross and we can pass cross axis alignment dot start to bring something over here. Now here I just need to do one more thing. First I need to pass a border, and we need to pass border dot all, not over here, sorry for that. So not over here, where, let me show. I need to pass decoration, a box decoration, border, we need to pass border dot all, something like this. And here I need to simply pass the color. Let's pass the colors dot colors dot white. Yeah, now you can see the image. So this is the space how much our container is taking. Yeah, I think so. If you want, you can increase the size of an picture name Infinity Wars, or if you want you can also increase the width also. Maybe it will look good, I guess. I just like pass a less thing over here. We need to pass 2022. Yeah, it is okay. We can do up to 26, I guess. Now it is okay, or 25 will be okay, and we need to also increase this up to 16. I guess now it is okay. Now we can simply pass a border radius, but before that there is like dead space in the container, so I don't want that. So I will simply do something like this. Yeah, it is okay. Or let's pass 20. 20 is good. Yeah, I hope it is good. If not, then we need to decrease it up to 250. Yeah, now we can simply provide a border radius. So for the border radius, I just need to write border radius dot circular, and let's pass 20, something like this. Yeah, now the reason you know that why it happened, because we need to also pass over here clip react border radius dot only. So I need to pass border radius dot only from the top left, which will be radius dot circular. I have passed 20, then we need to pass 20, and from the top right radius dot circular. By passing like this, rather than passing like this, I need to simply pass the border radius to all the corners. Yeah, so I'll pass all, and let's pass directly 20 over here. Yeah, like this. Yeah, so there is also some more thing that we need to do. What? Let me show you. I need to simply pass the border radius here also. So we need to pass border radius dot only from the bottom left and bottom right. Yeah, so bottom left radius dot circular, let's pass 20, and from the bottom right radius dot circular, let's pass 20, something like this. Now we can simply see our border radius clearly with a border, right? So this is how we can simply show all the trending movies, and let me add some more movies over here. Yeah, so that it will completely look like we are running a cinema hall. Yeah, so copy the container widget from here, and we need to simply paste it in our list view, something like this. Now we need to pass a space, so I pass a space, size box width 20.0. Why it didn't happen? Because we passed in a wrong position. We need to pass it over here. Yeah, now here I have pasted one more image, which is of Puspa 2. So it is an Indian movie. If you haven't watched that, then I will recommend you to please watch this Puspa 1 and 2. Both the versions are really great. Yeah, so here you can see the Puspa 2 image, and we just need to pass the our movie name, which is Puspa 2. Yeah, so now we can simply scroll and can see all the trending movies over here. Now if you want, you can add some more movies over here and can make a top booking app like movie booking app. Now once we have done this thing, we need to also show the bottom navigation bar over here, which is a curved navigation bar. Now the curved navigation bar is something that I have used many times before on my channel. Now I'm telling many times before is because I have already made like 13 to 14 apps before on this channel. You can simply follow all the apps playlist link in the comment box. I will simply paste a link in the comment box. You can simply go and get it from there, because I have already made 14 apps, and if you haven't followed one of the apps before, then I will recommend you, because you are missing lots of things, and they are on. And in my previous series, I have taught many more things about a Flutter and how to use a Firebase and all. So go and simply watch all that videos on that playlist and add some of the apps to your app bucket list and in your resume, right? So for the bottom navigation bar, as I was telling you that I will just add a bottom navigation bar from my previous source code that I have, because I won't show the complete process. I will simply show you the code what I have written in the bottom navigation bar, and how to I will explain you how to write a code and all the bottom navigation. If you haven't watched one of my last series, then no worries about that. Yeah, you can simply pause a video and can write a code for the bottom navigation bar, or if you want to simply get a source code, you can see the link in the description box. I will also provide you the source code link. You can go in both the ways as you like it. Yeah, this is how our bottom navigation bar look alike. As you can see that I've simply added a curved navigation bar, and for the curved navigation bar you need to simply add some package in the perspec.ml file. So this is a curved navigation bar. You can simply find this package in the perf dev and just use this package in the perspec.ml file. And here in the pages folder you will see that I've created some of the pages. So let me explain you the first page, which is a bottom name.dart. And in this bottom name.dart I've created our bottom navigation, like how I want to simply show our bottom navigation. Yeah, now here I simply create a stateful widget name, which is bottom name, and here I will pass a list name pages. Now the reason for passing a list pages over here, now in the list pages we are going to simply show all the page that we want to show in our bottom name. Now the meaning of page is that, so our home page is the first page and the booking page is our second page. In the booking page I'm going to simply show all the bookings that the user have done, and they can simply track like what all movie they have booked and at which date and at which time. Yeah, so that booking page will be really helpful for the user to be used on this app. So that's why you can see the second option of the booking page. And the third page, which is a profile page. Now the profile page is a page where the user can simply move to their profile and can manage their complete profile, like if they want to simply log out or delete their account, or if they want to check their name, change the image or something. So that's why we have added a profile page. Now in current tab index is one of the most important thing. Now the current tab index will simply keep the track like which page at you are at. Now for example, if I'll tap to this booking page, now it is blank because I haven't wrote anything in the booking.dart file till now. Yeah, when I'll write, then you will see all the things in this file. Now when I tap to the booking.dart file, you can see that it simply moves to the booking page and it simply show me the booking page over here. So the index that will keep the count like which icon that I have simply clicked over here, that will be the current tab index. So current tab index will keep the track like which icon I'm pressing, and according to the icon that I have pressed, I need to move to the which page. Now if I'll tap to this book icon, then I will move to the booking page. If I'll tap to this profile icon, I'll move to the profile page. So the track of all the pages will be simply held in the current tab index. So this is one of the most important thing. Yeah, now as we have passed a pages list, so here in the pages list I'm going to simply pass all the page that we have simply created. Now here in the curve navigation bar, so this is a curve navigation bar. As you can see, we have simply passed a background color, which is a black. The color I've used is this color. Now this is the animation duration. Now the animation duration is something like, here I'm in the home page. Now I'll move to the booking page. Now how much time it should take to shift from home page to the booking page, this animation is the animation duration. So I have simply passed the animation duration in milliseconds, which is 500. Now in the on tab, we need to simply keep the index like which index, or you can say that which icon I have simply pressed, and the current tab index will keep the index and will simply shift the user to that page, as I've told you. Yeah, so in the items I've simply passed all the icons, as you can see here, and in the body, don't forget to pass a body, otherwise you can't see anything in the bottom name. So this is a one line that it is very important. So it will simply keep the tab index, current tab index, and show you the page accordingly. Yeah, so this is the complete code that we have added in the bottom navigation bar. You can simply pause a video and write a code, and I think so it is very clear, and it is very easy to add a curve navigation bar. Yeah, now let's move, and here you can see that I've simply created a booking.dart file. I didn't wrote any code. I just need to show in the bottom navigation bar. So that's why I simply created this Dart file, and we have done same for the profile page. Yeah. Now let's move. And here, when I'll type to this Infinity Wars or any type of movies that simply shows in the top trending section, I need to move to the detail page where I need to simply show the movie over there, like movie image and the price of per ticket, the movie name, some details about the movie, like how the movie is and what the story behind making this movie. Not story behind the making the movies, what is the story of this movie. Yeah, so that all thing we need to simply show in our detail page. Yeah, so let's move, and here I'm going to simply create one more page, which is detail page dot dart. Detail page dot dart, and here I need to first import the package by using material dot dart, and we'll write a stateful widget name which will be the detail page. Yeah, but before we move forward, I want to introduce you to app crafting. So this is a startup started by me. So if you are looking for the app for your business or resume, we are going to make a budget friendly app for you. You can simply fill this contact form and can send us the requirements to get a awesome app in both Play Store and App Store. You can find the link of the app crafting in the description box. Now once we have written all this thing, I need to do one thing. Like here I just need to pass a scaffold, a body, container, child, column. Yeah, and the children, something like this. Now here, as I've told you, we need to simply show the our picture name that we have simply selected, or you can say movie name, not movie image. Yeah, so for that I just use image.asset, and first I'm going to simply show the image. I'll just write infinity, something like this, infinity dot jpg. I haven't write our folder name, so I'll write images infinity.jpg, and let me move to the detail page so that I can show you what all code I'm writing there. Yeah, so this is it, and here I need to simply show one thing. Like I first need to increase the height of my image, so I'll pass height, and I'll use a media query. Now you know the use of media query. If not, the media query is something that makes your app highly responsive. So rather than passing a fixed height in this image, I'm going to use a media query so that I can increase the responsiveness of this app, right? So I'll use a media query dot of context dot size dot height, and will simply pass divide by 2. Yeah, now we need to pass a width also, so we'll pass media query dot of context dot size dot width, and we need to just pass a fit box fit dot cover. Yeah, something like this. Now you can see the image that we are simply going to use over here. Now once we have shown the image, I need to also show one back arrow over here so that I can simply move back to the our home page. So for that I need to do one thing, like as you know that we need to overlap one widget over the another. So I need to remove a column widget. I'll pass a stack widget over here, and in the stack widget I just need to first pass in container. Now the container, and in the container I will just write child icon, and I'll pass icons dot arrow back iOS new rounded. You can use this. Yeah, we can also pass the color. Let's pass the color first, which will be colors dot white, and I think so we need a black, not a white. Box decoration colors dot white, and we'll change the color of icon to black, something like this. Now here you can see the container, it's behind the screen. So first I need to pass enough margin, so I'll pass margin edge inset dot only from the left 20.0, from the top let's pass 30 20.0, or let's pass 30. If I said 30, 30. Yeah, so I'll just pass a padding edge insert dot all, pass a padding up to 5. We'll pass a border radius dot circular let's pass yeah, so here you can see this. Now I can increase the, like, 8 is okay. Now I can use a material widget. Will wrap with a widget, which is a material widget. Will pass the elevation 3.0, and I need to wrap up with a container again. And here I need to pass a margin, so cut a margin from here, paste it over here. Now we need to pass a border radius, so copy the border radius. We need to simply paste it over here. I think so material widget is not working over here because of an image. And if we are using a container, and then we can simply see the elevation. I mean that this is an image, and just above the image I've used a container, and then we are providing the elevation to this container. So that's why, just because of the image, we can't see the elevation over here. So I have used a elevation so that I can see the elevation, but I think so just because of the image I can't see the elevation over here, but it is okay, let's leave it. Yeah, so once we have done all this thing, now here I'm going to simply show like this type of container. You can see the border radius from top left and top right. Yeah, so for that I need to do one thing. Like here I'll just pass a container. Now I'm using a stack widget here again. Yeah, so in the stack widget I'm passing this container, and here I need to just pass a width, which will be the media query dot of context dot size dot width. Yeah, now here I just need to pass a decoration, a box decoration. Yeah, it is okay. Border radius dot only from the top left. So sorry, top left, radius dot circular, let's pass 20, and from the top right, radius dot circular, let's pass 20. Yeah, something like this. Now you can't see this because we need to do something like child. First pass a column children, and let me pass some text widget so that I can see the container first. I hope we can see the container. If not, then why? Let me see. I need to pass an height. Let's pass. I need to see the container so that I can use that container. I need to pass a margin. I haven't passed a color, so that's why I can't see this. So I'll pass colors dot white. Now I can see the container. Yeah, so I need to bring something over here. So for that I need to use a media query in the height. So I'll pass media query dot of context dot, not in the height, in the margin, and I need to pass the margin from the top position. So that's why I'm going to use a media query. So media query dot of context dot size dot height divide by 2. I think so, rather than passing a 2, we can pass 1.8 or 2.2. Yeah, 2.2 is okay. I need to provide a more border radius, so let t and 30, I guess. Yeah, it is okay. Now we can see our movie picture image, and here I'm going to simply add some details. And for the details I need to do one thing. First I'm going to simply show our movie name, which is Infinity Wars. So I'll simply show that movie name, and we can use a style, a text style. Now the color, which will be the colors dot black, and font size, which will be 20.0, and font weight will be font weight dot bold. Yeah, something like this. Now here I can use a cross, so I'll use a cross axis alignment dot start, and we can pass some padding so that I can see this. Add 20.0 from the top, 20.0, something like this. Now we can increase the height, font size of this text. 30 will be too much, I guess. Let's pass 26. Yeah, so Infinity Wars, here you can see this. Now here you can see that I have simply changed the color of this container. So this is the color that I'm widely going to use for this container to show all the details of about this movie. So I think so it looks great. Now here I have simply changed the color of the movie name, which is Infinity Wars, and just below this name I'm going to use a text widget here again, and in this text widget I'm going to simply show like the action and the adventure that I've simply shown in the home page. So I'll just add an action and adventure, something like this. Yeah. Now once we have written all this thing, I need to simply lower down the font size, and here I'm going to simply change the font width to W500, and we'll also pass a different white shade, something like this. I think so it is too less, maybe this. Yeah, it is okay. Now once we have shown the picture name or movie name and action and adventure, like how the movie is, now here I need to add like 2 to 3 lines about the movie details, like on what basis of this movie has been made. So we need to add 2 3 lines over here. So I don't know many thing about Infinity Wars, so I need to copy some of the details from the internet, and I will simply paste it something over here, because I have told you I didn't watch Infinity Wars till now. So here I will simply copy some of the details and will simply paste it something over here, right? Yeah. So here you can see that these are the some details that I simply found about Infinity Wars on the internet. So I've simply pasted this detail about this movie over here. So here it is how it looks. Now once the detail has been shown over here, now the next thing is about booking a movie ticket for this movie. Now for that we need to add some of the actions over here. First I'm going to simply show the list of date over here, and in the list of date I'm going to simply show like a date in sequence, like 1 2 3 4 with a date and a day, with a date and the day. Yeah, I'm not just telling a day, date and the day. So like Monday 20, Tuesday 21. So just like this I'm going to show over here, and the user can simply press any of that and can book this ticket. Yeah, and the available time slots for the movie. Yeah, so the user can also select the available time slots, and they can select any of the time slots and can book this movie. Now here I'm going to simply allow the user to increase the amount of ticket they need to buy, and a book now button. Yeah, so these are the some details that we can simply show in our detail page, so that user can book the movie ticket for this movie, right? So now for an example, if today is like 3rd Jan and I want to simply show the coming dates for 1 week over here, then for that I need to simply use a INTL package. So in the perspec.ml file you will see that I've simply added an INTL package so that I can get the coming week days and the date. Yeah, I hope it is clear. So if it is Monday, then I need to get a next Monday date, and the user can simply scroll and can select the date. So for that I've used the INTL package to show all the coming date for the 1 week. Yeah, for the next 1 week, and that's why I simply added one of the code, which is get formatted dates, and it will simply provide me the date up to 7 days. Yeah, so this is how we can simply get that. You can simply pause the video and can write this code, and here I've passed a final dates where I'm going to store all the dates, and here I will get that by using a list view.builder. So I need to simply create one list view over here in the horizontal direction, so that the user can scroll and can select a specific date, right? So for that I'll just write a list view.builder, something like this, list view.builder, and in the item builder I just need to pass a context and an index, and where I'm storing the dates. As you can see that we have simply passed a final dates over here, so I'll simply call a dates over here in the list view.builder. So for that I need to first pass an item count, so that I keep the count like dates dot length, something like this. Now here I'm going to simply pass a return, and in the return I'll just write a container first, and in the container I will do one thing. First I'll pass a decoration, a box decoration, and in the color I'm going to simply use the customize color code for the container. So let me see that color. Yeah, here it is. So I'll pass color 0xff, and I'll just pass EEB51E, something like this. So this is the color code then that I'm widely going to use on this container. Now once we have passed this thing, now I can simply pass a child over here, and in the child I just need to pass a text widget. So for the text widget I'll just write a text widget, and here I'm going to show the data that we have in the dates list. So for that I just need to write like something like this, dates, and here I'm going to pass the index. Yeah, now I just need to pass a style, a text style. Now the color, which will be simply colors dot white or black. We'll see that what we need to pass. So let me call this first. So I will simply hot restart the app. I think so I am getting an error. Yeah. So as you know that list view dot builder just act as like a good student. So we need to simply tell him like how much space he should take. So I'll simply wrap up with a container and this will pass the height up to 100, something like this. Now here you can see this, but you will see that the thing are in the vertical direction. So I need to simply move to the horizontal direction. So for that I will pass scroll axis dot vertical. It is already vertical, we need to do horizontal, sorry for that. Yeah, horizontal. Now you can see this. Now here I just need to do one thing, because we need to provide some of the design so that it will look good. Yeah, I guess it is okay. So for that I just need to pass a color black. So pass black. Font size, let's increase the font size up to 20.0, and font weight will be font weight dot bold. Yeah, so that I can see the text clearly, something like this. Yeah, now I can simply pass, first I need to center this. So I'll pass a center, and here I just need to pass a margin edge inset dot only from the right 20.0. Yeah, now I think so height is too much, I don't need this much height. Let's pass 60. 60 is okay, I can use a size box. And let's pass the height 20 or 10. Let's pass 10 first, and here it is. Now here I can simply pass the width. Let's pass the width up to 100. Yeah, so now you can simply see that I can simply scroll and can select one of the container, right? So for that I need to use a border radius. So for the border radius dot circular, let's pass 10. I guess it is, now it look cool. And now I can simply select any of the date. Now here you can see that if I'll press to any of the container, it won't highlight that which container I have simply pressed. Like for an example, if I will simply select like Sunday 5, now I will press Sunday 5, then nothing will going to happen, because we haven't added any execution, or we need to simply highlight the container so that the user can simply know that which date he has selected, right? So for that I need to do one thing, like here which container I have pressed from the list, I need to simply pass an integer, and in the integer I'm going to keep a track. Like if there are 7 containers over here, like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So in this 7 containers I have simply pressed to the second container, then I'm going to create one integer, and here I will just write an integer named track, and in the track I will simply clip the track like which integer, not an integer, a container I have simply pressed on this list view. Yeah, so that's why I simply first change it to 0. Yeah, now here I'll just check that which container I've actually pressed. So for that I need to wrap up the container with a gesture detector, and once I simply press to any of the container, I just need to store the value, like at which position of the container I've simply pressed. So for that I just need to write a track, and we'll keep a track of that value. And as you know that index is something like, it is, as I've told you that there are 7 containers, right? So for an example, if I press to the third container, now the track value will be 3, and as we are simply keeping the value of the index in the track, so the track value will be 3, and we get to know that we have simply pressed a third container. And if we get the value of the third container, we can simply highlight that container, right? So that's why I've used a track integer over here. Now it is much clear. Now here I'll use a set state. So here first I will just write a border, and here I'll pass a border dot all, something like this. Now the color, which will be the colors dot white. So yeah, it is okay, I guess it is okay. We can pass black like this. I'm thinking what we can really do to highlight that container, right? So if the track value is equals to index, then we are going to simply show the colors dot black, and if this is true, then we are going to simply show the colors.white, something like this. I hope it should work. If not, then we need to do one thing. What it will be? Yeah, we made one mistake. What is that? We need to simply cut it from there, and we need to pass inside the color function, and here it is. Yeah, so now you can see that you will see the changes. So let's pass me the width so that it will be clearly seen. Yeah, so here you can see that all the container background color are black, but the third container that we have simply selected, its border color is white. So here you can see that we can simply highlight like this, like which all container I have simply selected over here, and the container border color will be simply changed to white. So this is how the user can know like which all container he has selected over here. Now if you want, you can also pass an elevation over here, and something like this. I think so now it will be much in highlighted form, and now I can simply select any of the container, and the container will be in the much highlighted form, right? So here it is done. I have selected a date. Now once I selected a date, I need to select a time slot for this movie, because there will be a lots of available time slot for this movie. Yeah, so for that I just need to pass some of the time slots over here. So I need to use a list view.builder again to show that respective time slots. Yeah, I think so. Let me see if we need or not. If we need, then we are going to use a list view. But for now, I'm just writing a row children, and in the container, I'll just pass like a decoration, a box decoration, and here I'm going to simply pass the color. So for the color, what I'm thinking that what we can do, rather than passing the color over here, I will do one thing. Like first I will just pass a child and a text widget, and in the text widget let me copy some of the text widget from here, and will simply paste it something over here in the text widget. Yeah, now once we have simply done this thing, I need to pass a time slot like up to the show will start from 8 p.m. Yeah, so here you can see 8 p.m. Now I'll use a size box, height let's pass 10.0. now the color, which will be colors.white, so I'll just pass colors.white, something like this, and it is okay. Now here I'll pass a border, and border, and the border will be border.all. I just need to also pass the color in the border. So for the color, I'll copy this color and will simply pass over here. Yeah, now we can increase a width of this border. Let's pass up to 3.0, and here let's increase the size 22. We can pass padding as in set.all. Let's pass up to 8. Yeah, so like this, I guess it is okay, or 30 is okay, or 30 is okay. Now we can do one thing. We can pass a border radius. So let's pass the border radius dot circular, and let's pass 10. Yeah, so this is the time slot that the user can select. So time slot, so I'm going to show one more time slot or two time slot, I don't know, so let me do that. And one will be start in 10 p.m. and one will be start in 6 p.m. Yeah, so 6 p.m. I don't know what is this movie length, so I am passing the random time over here. If this movie length is more than 2 hours. Yeah, so I'll use a main axis alignment dot space evenly, so that I can give some space, but the space will create some problem. So for that I'll just pass 20, and I will also decrease down a padding up to 5. Yeah, so we'll do same for the other 5 and 20 again and 5. Yeah, so this is the thing that we need to simply pass over here to show the time slot. Yeah, I need to pass, I think so, cross over here. Cross is already done. Yeah, I think so. because of space evenly it is happening, so I just need to pass a space between rather than evenly, so that I can provide a maximum space between all this container. Now I need to select one of the time slot. Now again, to select one of the time slot, I need to do one thing. Like, for that I will just wrap up the container over here, and I'll just write gesture detector, and on the on type function I will just pass this. Now I just need to change the color of the time slot so that the user can know like which time slot that they have selected. Same for the date one. Yeah. Now I will add a complete execution, like if I will select any of the time slot, then how I need to highlight that container. So I will do that with a music. Yeah, so enjoy the music, and you can simply code along with me, and I'm simply write all the process to highlight this container. Then I'll explain you what all thing I have done. Yeah, so let's go. 1 2 3 start. Yeah, so this is how we can simply show the time slots and how the time slots will be shown in the highlighted form. So now if I'll select 10 p.m., then you can see that how it will simply highlight this container and will indicate the user that this is the time slot that the user have selected. Now when we'll switch to the 6 p.m., so this is how we can simply select any of the time slots from here. Now once we have done all this thing, now I'm thinking that let's pass something over here like choose date, choose time slot. Yeah, so that it will look good, I guess. Yeah, so for that I need to copy the text widget, and here I'll copy this text widget and will simply paste it something over here. So close this container, and here I'll paste this, and we'll just write select date. I'll just write select date something like this. Yeah, so now you can see select date. Now I can use the size box here again and will simply paste it something over here. So select date will be highlighted over here. Now I need to simply change the color up to like this, and we'll just pass W700 is okay. Yeah, select date. Now the select time slot, so time slot will be shown something like this, and we need to simply change up to 10, I guess, and we'll just write select time slot. Yeah, so this is how we can do that to show the time slot. Now once we have done all this thing, I just need to show like as I've told you that the user can simply select the ticket, the amount of ticket they need to book. So for that, I just need to add like a function to increase the quantity of a ticket from 1 2 3 4 like this. Yeah. So for that, I just need to create something like here. So first I need to provide some like enough space. I think so rather than passing over here, we can shift the container over here like this. I guess it will be much okay, I guess. So for that I need to do one thing. We can decrease size up to 1.8 will be too much, or 2.5. Yeah, it is okay. Now there is much space to show that container and a book now button. Yeah. So here I'll just create a row widget, and in the row widget I'll just pass a children. Yeah. Now here once we are passing a children, I'm going to show the function. So for that I'll just create one container, and in the container I will do one thing. I will pass a decoration, a box decoration. Now the border will pass border dot all. Yeah. Now the color, which will be the colors dot white, and here I'll pass a child row and a children something like this. Now once we have passed a children, first I'm going to simply show the plus icon, then a remove icon, and in between the quantity of a number when the user will press to the plus or remove icon. Yeah. So for that I just need to create one icon, and which will be icons dot add. Yeah, let's pass the color, which will be colors dot white, and in the center we need to show the quantity. So for that I need to use a text widget. Will simply paste it something over here, and here I'm going to simply show the quantity 1. I will show how the execution we are going to show about a quantity. I am just creating the UI first, then I will execute that function to increase the quantity. Yeah. So here I'll just write font weight dot bold something like this. I need to increase the font size so that the number is clearly seen, and I will use the icon again, and will paste it something over here, and will just pass icons dot remove something like this. Yeah. We need to increase the height, not height, a width of an container, which is up to 200. 200 will be too much, I guess. We can pass up to 150. We need to increase our thickness of the, so we'll pass width 2.0, and we'll pass a border radius dot circular, pass 20. Yeah. So here I want to tell you one thing, like I didn't plan about a design or anything. I'm simply coding with you all, like I'm trying to make design at this time, like what I'm thinking it is best, I'm using that. So I didn't plan before like how to simply design this detail page and all. So what I'm thinking, I'm simply designing with you all. So that's why I'm changing a lots of things, like using a different border radius, trying to use a different colors and all to see what fit best in this detail page. Yeah. So that's why you will see that how you can simply made a attractive design by using a different color and different border, and can check like which fit best for this app. Yeah. So this is how you can simply make a awesome UI for your app. I want to tell you that because by this process you can get to know how to make a awesome UI by using a different color and the border. Yeah. Now here I'll just pass a main axis alignment dot space between, or let's pass space evenly. I guess space evenly will be okay. Yeah, something like this. It is okay. Now we can simply increase or decrease the amount of ticket that we need to show. We need to pass a size box. Let's pass the size box height 20.0. It is okay, 20.0. We can pass 30, I guess. Yeah. Now we need to show the, I think so, book now button and a text of the total amount. Yeah. Now here I'm going to simply show the container, and in the container first I'm going to show the total amount that the user need to pay to book all the tickets that they have simply select according to the quantity, and then a book now text, so that it will indicate the user by tapping to this button they can simply pay and can book now that tickets. Yeah. So for that I will move to the row widget, And in the row widget, first I'm going to simply create a container, and in the container I'll just write a decoration, a box decoration. Now I'm thinking that what color I should pass on this container. So should I pass white, black, or in yellow? So let's pass yellow first, and let's see how it looks, and if not we can change it later. Yeah, so that's how we can simply make our app attractive. Yeah, so first I'll pass a child, and in the child, and first I'm going to pass a column, a children, and in the children I'm going to pass a text widget here. So for the text widget, I'll copy the text widget here from here, and will simply paste it something over here. And first I'm going to simply show the total amount as I've told, so that will be in the dollar form. So I'll show the dollar, and let's pass the dollar. I guess what it will be, let's pass up to $50. Yeah, so first I need to change the colors dot white. The text is too big, I don't need this much. 50 is okay. Colors dot black, font width will be W500. Yeah, now here I need to provide a size box with 10.0 so that I can provide some space. Now once we have done all this thing, I can pass a width, let's pass 200 I guess. Yeah, now I can copy the text widget, will simply paste it something over here, and I'll just show the book now text. So for the book now, I'll just write book now something like this, and font width will be just like bold. Yeah, bold, something like this. Yeah, so once we have done all this thing, now we can show the text, but for that I need to increase like to 24 is okay I guess. And here I am going to pass a border radius also, not a border radius as well, and a border to the container. So I'll just pass border radius dot circular, let's pass 10, and border will be border dot all. Yeah, and the color we just need to pass colors dot white, something like this, and we can pass a width, and let's pass the width 2.0 or 3.0 will be okay, and I can pass some space more so that it will be clearly visible. Yeah, so now you can see the book now button, and the user can simply press and can book now this movie tickets. Yeah, so this is how a detailed page has been done, where we have shown our movie image, movie name, what going to be on this movie. So action adventure, some detail about a movie. The user can select a date for which they can simply book this movie. Yeah, and the available time slot, so they can again select a time slot according to their need. They can simply increase or decrease the amount of ticket quantity. They can see the total amount, and a book now button. So the book now button, when the user will press to the book now button, a Stripe payment gateway will be simply on the action, and they can simply pay through the Stripe and can book the ticket for this movie. Yeah, so till now, if you haven't hit that like button, then what you are waiting for? So hit that like button and show your support, because I've tried my best to simply make this detailed page. As I've told you, I didn't plan anything before in the starting of this video. I'm simply designing with you all, so it takes some time to think and design this page. Yeah, so hit that like button and show your support, and hit that subscribe button so that you won't miss out on any of the upcoming videos we upload on this channel. So for the backend, as you know that we are going to use a Firebase, so let me connect the Firebase first for both Android and iOS. And this is a new update of the Flutter. So if you are facing any of the problem to connect the app for the Android device or the iOS device, then this app series will simply clear all the doubt, because on this app series I'm going to use a new and updated version of the Flutter. Yeah, so but before moving to the Firebase and we connect the app, I want to simply show you that this is the login and sign up page. Now you will think that when we have made the login and sign up page, So we have already made a login and sign up page before on the channel. You will find one video where I have simply made a complete login and sign up page from the scratch. So this is the login page and this is the sign up page that we have simply made in our one of the video. I will simply paste a video link in the description box or in the comment box. You can simply get it from there, because by following that video you can get to like what all things we have written in the login and sign up page. Yeah, I hope it is clear. Now let's move, and here first I'm going to simply add a backend for our sign up page. So for that I need to connect a Firebase. So let's move to the Firebase first, and this is a Firebase website. Now I just need to write my project name. So I'll just write my project name, which is Filmy Fun. Yeah. Now click on continue button, continue again. Now use default account for Firebase, click on create project. So as you can see that Firebase is preparing our project. So wait for a few seconds until it is done. So our project is ready. Now click on continue button and we'll directly move to the Firebase. So first I'm going to simply connect the iOS app, then I'll show you how to connect the Android app. Yeah, so let's click to the iOS and we need an Apple bundle ID. So you know that how to get the Apple bundle ID. So simply open the Xcode from here and we'll just move to the Xcode. Now here in the Xcode I need to move to the runner, signing and capabilities. Now we need to copy the bundle identifier from here and we need to paste it in the Firebase. So this is a bundle identifier. So copy it from here, paste it in the Apple bundle ID, click on register app and wait for a file that you need to download here. So this is the file. Now download this Google service-info.plist file from here, and we need to simply open this file, and if you have any older file then remove that file and rename the file again. Yeah, so move that file and just rename the file again. Now we need to simply paste this file below the info. So we need to paste it below the info, click on finish. Here it is done. Now let's move back to the Firebase, click on next, 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 continue to the console. So here you have seen that I have successfully added the iOS app. So it just take like nearly 10 seconds to add an iOS app. Now in the latest version of the Flutter, the Android process is now very fast. Like we need to add lots of code from the Firebase before. If you have watched my old series, like I've made 10 to 12 app series before on this channel. So in that series you'll notice that it takes like nearly 1 to 2 minutes to add a complete backend for the Android app. I mean when you connect the Firebase. But in this new update of Flutter, they make the thing really fast to add, and now it just take like 15 seconds to add a complete Android app. Yeah, now let's move, and here first we'll move to the Android, and I need an Android package name. So move to the Android app build.gradle. Now copy this application ID from here. Now simply paste it over here. Now click on register app. Now we need to download that file again. So download this file and just open this file, and again if you have any older file then delete that and just rename the file again. Yeah, something like this, and we need to paste it in the Android app folder, something like this. Now once you have done this thing, now click on next. Now here it is the ID. So for the ID we just need to go to the Android builder Gradle. No, we don't need to, because in the latest version of the Flutter you won't find any files. Like we need to add in the class path, but in the new version we need to move to the settings.gradle, and this is a ID plugin. In the plugin section you will see that there is a various ID. We just need to paste the ID over here and it is done. Now click on this one and copy the code. So here this is another ID. Now move to the Android app build.gradle and just paste after this Android and Kotlin plugin and just paste it over here. Now you will think that I'm not adding a dependencies section over here, because in the latest version of Flutter we don't need to add this anything. Now click on next, continue to the console. So you can see that how they have made really fast to connect the Android app with a Firebase, and now we have successfully connected the Android app also. Yeah, now let's move back, and here I need to move to the authentication, and in the authentication I'll click to the get started button. And as you know that we are going to use a mail authentication, so let's move to the signing method. Click on email and password, click on enable, click on save. Yeah, it is done. Now let's move to the Firestore database, because we need to change some of the security rules from here so that we can upload our data over here, right? Click on create database, next, create, and now cloud Firestore will set up some security rules, so wait for a few seconds until it is done. So move to the rules, and we need to just change the rules from false to true so that we can upload our data to the cloud Firestore, and we'll click on publish button, and here it is done. Now once we have done all this thing, now let's move to the perf dev. Now I'm telling, let's move to the perf dev because we need to add some of the necessary package in our Flutter app so that we can use all the features. So I'll just use the package which is Firebase auth. Now Firebase auth will help us to add a authentication in our Flutter app. So we'll copy this package and we'll simply paste it in the perspec.ml file, something over here. Now, yeah, now cloud Firestore, so that we can upload our data to the Firestore database. Move to the installing, copy the package again, paste it over here. Now the third package will be, or you can say, random string. Now the random string will help us to give a specific ID to the each booking details so that we can simply track the user, like which user have booked for which movie, right? So we need a random string. Now I don't think so we need an image picker and Firebase storage. If then we'll see that in future, but I don't think so now we need a image picker and Firebase storage. Yeah, so here let's move back and move to the main.dart. But before moving to the main.dart, here let's run all the packages that we have just added in our perspec.ml file. Now move to the main.dart, and here I just need to write two important functions to simply execute our connection with a Firebase app. But there is one more package I think so we left, which is a Firebase core. So Firebase core is the package that we need. So move to the installing, copy this package and paste it again, something like this. Now simply run this package, and I guess it is done. Yeah, so these are not any errors, so don't worry, this is an error, this is not an error, this is just like this. Yeah, I think so package has been run successfully. Now let's move to the main.dart, and if you can't run the package, then you can do one more thing. You can simply remove the version, because it depends like which Flutter version you are using. So the package will take the version accordingly which Flutter version you are simply running in the VS Code, right? So you can also run the packages like this if you are facing any version error. Yeah, now let's move to the main.dart, and here we just need to write widgets Flutter binding dot ensure initialized, and I just need to pass await Firebase dot initialize app. So these are the two important lines to simply activate the Firebase in our app. Now once we have connected a Firebase for both Android and iOS, now we need to add a backend for our sign up page. Now in the sign up page, I have told you that authentication we are going to use is a mail authentication. Though the mail authentication I used like many times before in my channel, I think so 15 to 20 times before. Now if I will explain those lines again and again, then the video length will be very long, and that will not make any sense like to repeat all the things again and again. So I'll simply copy the code and will simply paste it over here. Now if you want, you can pause the video and can write a code, or if you want to get the code, I will simply provide the link in the description box. You can get it from there. Yeah, so now let's move, and let me add some important code for adding a backend to our sign up page. Yeah, this is the registration function that I have created. Now here you can see that I have written like a name controller.text, password controller.text, mail controller.text. So these are the text editing controller to handle the text that the user going to enter on this text field. Now here you can see that in the sign up page there is one section named confirm password. Now if you don't want this confirm password, you can remove this, because that is not necessary to add this confirm password in the sign up page. If you want, you can do that, but I think so that it is not very necessary to add the confirm password over here. Yeah, so we'll add some necessary space over here. Yeah, so this is the sign up page. Now how it looks. Now I have added a 3 controller to handle the text on this 3 different text field. Now this is the registration function I have created, and this is how we can create a sign up process, or the user can simply create the account with the help of the user email and the password. So create user with email and password is the function that will simply execute to allow the user to sign up in the app by using a mail authentication. So once they have authenticate with the help of mail, now I need to upload a necessary data to the Firestore database. So as I told you that we are going to use a string ID, because I am going to provide a unique ID to the each user, because as I've told you that the reason behind this, because as I need to track each user ID, like if there are 2 users, Shyam and Shivam, I need to provide a 2 different ID to these 2 users, so that I can track the Shivam data and the Shyam data, and we can show the specific movie they have booked. So that's why I'm going to provide a unique ID to these 2 users, right? So I will pass ID and will just write random alphanumeric 10 and will pass this something like this. Now I need to create a map. Now what is a map? So map is a combination of key value pair. Now if you don't know enough about a Dart programming or a widgets, how to use in a Flutter, then I have already made a complete beginner series, not a series. In one video I have simply covered like about all the things about our basic Dart programming and how to use widgets in the Flutter app. I recommend you to watch that video so that you can get to know more about how to use in this Flutter code. Yeah, so here I'm going to create a map, and map is a combination of key and value pair. So this is a key and this is a value. So we are going to show the key in the string and the value in the form of dynamic. Yeah, so I just need to pass our map name, which is user info map. Yeah, and here first I'm going to pass the username, so I'll pass name, and to get his name I'll just pass name controller.text. Now I need to get his email, so we'll pass mail controller.text. Now his unique ID, so I'll pass ID and we'll just pass the ID, something like this. And here I'm also going to pass the image. So for the image I'm going to use the unique link that will be best for the users to show that respective image. Now once we have wrote the map, now we need to write a necessary function to upload the data to the Firestore database. Now you will see that I have created one service folder, and in the service folder you will see the shared preference. Now you will think that what is shared preference? Though it is shared preference, I have written a short form, the file name. Now to activate the shared preference in your app, you just need to add one more package, which is a shared preferences in the perspec.ml file. So the shared pref.dart is a function that will help us to store a data locally in our Flutter device. Now you will think that we are already using a Firebase server. Then why we need to store our data locally? So the data we are going to simply store locally, as you can see here, is the user ID, his name, his email, and his image. So these are the 4 things that I am simply storing in our Flutter device. Now to get a username and image, his name, we can't each time call a server and get a data. So these are the small things that we can simply store in our data locally. So that's why I'm using a shared preference, and we can use this data very easily by using a shared preference. Now I'll show you how to save that data locally. I haven't saved that data locally till now. Yep. So let's move to the signup.dart back here again, and in the service folder we'll simply create a new folder name, new file name, sorry. new file name, which will be a database.dart, and in the database.dart we are going to write all the necessary function that will help us to execute the Firebase. Yeah, so first I will create a class name which is database methods, and in the database methods I am going to simply write a future. Now I am writing a function name which is add user details, something like this. Yeah, now here I just need to pass a map. The map is the same map that we have passed in our sign up page, so I'll just write string dynamic user info map, something like this. Now we need to pass a string id, so I know that you know the use of id now, like I need to provide a unique id to the each user, so I'm passing the id over here. Now here, once we have done this thing, I just need to do one more thing, like here first I need to return and we need to pass await. For that I just need to pass async over here, so I'll pass async await Firebase firestore dot instance dot collection, and here I'm going to simply write our collection name which is users dot doc, and will pass the unique id dot set method will help us to upload the user data to the respective collection which is users. Right, now I just need to write user info map, something like this. Yeah, so one we have written all this thing. Now we need to simply call this function in a sign up page. So here I'll just move and will write await database methods, sorry, why it is disappearing, database methods dot add user detail. We need to pass user info map id dot, then like once the data has been uploaded to the wait a second, so once the data has been uploaded to the Firestore database, we need to just show the toast message that the user have registered successfully. So that will be the green light, you know, the green light, red light. So that will be the green light for the users that they have registered successfully. Now they will land to the home page. Yeah, so for that I need to show the scaffold messenger, which will be like a snack bar in the lower bottom. So I'll use a scaffold messenger, something like this, which is scaffold messenger dot of context dot show snack bar, and in the snack bar I'll just pass a snack bar, something like this. And in the content I just need to pass a text widget, and in the text widget there is some error. Let me see what error it is. Yeah, okay, so remove dot then from here and write this function outside the dot then function. So remove that dot then from here, and we just need to pass a text data. And here, because we have already passed a await function, so this function if haven't completed, then it won't move to the next function. So that's why I passed await. So it will wait until this function complete. Once this function complete, then the snack bar will be shown. So we don't need dot then function over here. Yeah, so once we have written this thing, I need to pass a text widget, a text in a text widget which is registered successfully, something like this. I guess it is okay. Now we can pass a green light. So for the green light I'll just pass background color, which will be colors dot green, something like this. Now here I just need to pass a style, a text style. Now the color will be just colors dot white, and font weight will be font weight dot bold. Yeah, something like this. We can also increase the font size. Let's pass 20.0. Now Once we have shown the register successfully toast message, we need to also push the user to the home page. So for that, I'll just write navigator.push. I need to use push replacement so that they can't move back, and we'll write material page route. And here I need to pass a context, and we need to push the user to the bottom name so that he can simply navigate to the different pages. Yeah, I hope it is clear. Now once we have written this thing, we have wrote a complete function for registration function. Now let's call all this controller to the each text field. So for that, I'll move to the email. So I'll pass controller, which will be the mail controller. Same for the password controller, which will be the controller, and the password controller, and with his name, here is name. So I'll pass controller, name controller. Yeah, something like this. So once we have passed a specific controller to each text field, now we can execute a function for our sign up page. So here where there is a button, I'll simply wrap up with a gesture detector, and in the on tap method, I'll just pass that if like user have filled a name. So I'll write name controller.text should not be equals to space. That means that it won't be blank. And if like mail controller.text should also be not be blank, like all this text field should be filled to execute the registration function. So I'm passing in the if case, and the password controller.text also should not be equals to space, something like this. And if it is true, then we'll use a set state, not set equal, set state. And in the set state, I'll assign all the string. Now you will think that why I wrote a string. So this is the reason, so that I can assign the each text field value to the respective string. So I'll pass name controller.text. Same for the mail, we'll write mail, which is email equals to mail controller.text, and same for the password. So we'll write password equals to password controller.text. Yeah, so these are all the things that we need to handle. Now we need to just call the registration function when it is done. Yeah, so this is how the registration function going to work. Now here let's test this our sign up page. Now we have just added a Firebase in our Flutter app, so hot reload or hot restart it won't work over here. So you just need to close a complete VS Code and the emulator you are using, then rerun the complete app again. Yeah, this is our sign up page. I've launched the app again, and now I'll show you how our sign up page is working. So I'll just write my name over here. So I'll write Shivam, but you can't see anything because I need to simply pass a style to my text field so that I can see the text that I enter on this text field. So for that, I just need to write a style, a text style. The color will be colors.white so that I can see that text. And if you want to change the cursor color, you can also do that. So for the cursor color, you can just write a cursor color, and you can change the cursor color to colors.white. And now you can also see the cursor, and the text will also visible, I guess. SHIVMGUPTA. Yeah, so text are also visible. We can pass this to the each text field and the password. Yeah, something like this. Now we can also pass the email. So I'll write a random email ID and the password. You can see that password is not in the dotted form. You can do that by using a off secure text to true, which is over where we can write over here, of secure text to true. So these are all the things that I have simply taught you in the, as I have told you that in the Flutter beginner course. You can follow that because these are all the common things about widgets that you can learn over there. Yeah, now I'll simply click to this sign up button and will move to the bottom nav, I guess. Yeah, so I've registered successfully, a green light, and we have successfully moved to the home page. Now let's move to the Firebase because we need to check like how the data has been uploaded to the Firestore database. So this is Cloud Firestore. We just need to refresh the page. And here you can see the users collection with his specific doc ID, the email that I have just used, this his ID, unique ID, you can see that, the image and the name that I have just written in the emulator. So our mail authentication is done and it is also working brilliantly. And if you haven't hit that like button till now, then what you are waiting for? Hit that like button and show your support, and also hit that subscribe button so that you won't miss out on any of the upcoming videos we upload on this channel, right? So hit that subscribe button. I hope that you have hit that like and subscribe button. Now let's move to the app and we'll add now a complete backend for our login page also. Now I'm going to call all the data that we have simply used to store the name, image, the ID and the email. I'm talking about the shared preference. So here you can see that in the service folder I've simply created shared preference.dart. Now we are going to simply store the data locally that we are going to use in the app. So let's move to the signup.dart page, and here I will just one by one going to store all the data locally. So for that I'll just write await shared preference helper dot save display name, and first I'm going to save the username, so I'll just write name controller.text. Now we need to just write shared preference helper dot save user email, and I'm going to next save the user email, so I'll write mail controller.text, and then I'm going to save the user ID, so we'll pass save user ID and ID here something like this, and we'll just write await shared preference helper dot save, and then I'm going to simply save the user image. Now let me copy this image link and we'll simply paste it in the shared preference where we are saving the user image, something like this. So once we have done all this thing, now we can simply save the data locally. Now I can use a shared preference, but don't need to worry, I will show you where we are going to use a shared preference and how this data will be called, and we can show them in the app. Yeah, so once we have saved the data locally, now let's move to the our login page, and in the login page as you can see that we have just written one function which is user login, and let's move to the login page first, and this is the login page, and as you can see that there are two text field which is email and the password. So there you can see the mail controller.text and the password controller. So these are the two text editing controller that will help us to manage the text that the user will input in this two text field. Yeah, I hope it is clear. Now this is a simple user login function that I have written. You can simply see that. Yeah, now let's move here with a further code that we need to simply write in our user login function. Yeah, so in the user login function, what I'm going to do is that, like here for an example, if the user will enter the email that they have used to sign up in the app before, and they use a same email to log in the app, now I want to simply get his detail from the server and save in the shared preference first, because as you know that in the sign up page we have passed a shared preference. We are saving all the data related to that specific user in the shared preference. I mean the data we are storing locally by using the shared preference. Now once they log in the app again, I need to simply store that data again locally. So for that I need to simply get his detail from the user's collection, and once we get all the details of that respective email, then we'll simply save his name, image and the ID. So what I'm going to do is that, so for an example, if the user will write the email like this email shivam3566@gmail.com. Now once they have written this email, I'm going to simply match the email that match with the email in the user's collection, and once we match that email and found a respective document like this document, then we'll simply save his ID, name, image. So that's how we are going to simply get his name and image. Yeah, so for that I'm going to do one thing. here, as you can see that first I have written a string, my name, my ID and my image. So these are the three things I need to simply get from the server. So first I will write like name1 is equals to, I think so, first we need to simply pass a query snapshot. We haven't passed till now. So let's create some function in our like database.dart file. So for that I will just write future. Now what is a query snapshot? A query snapshot is something that will help us to read a specific document. Like this is a document and we need to read all the fields in this respective document. So that will help to get our respective fields. So we need to read a specific document. So that's why we need a query snapshot. So I'll just write a query snapshot and we'll write our function name, which is get user by email. Yeah. So once we get this thing, we can simply first pass a string, which is an email, where, and we'll pass a sync and we'll just return, and sorry, yeah, something like this. We'll remove this one. We'll just need to return. We'll pass return await. So we need to pass async first and we'll write await Firebase firestore dot instance, and we need to pass our collection name. So I'll pass collection, which is a user's collection dot where, and I need to simply match the email that I've told you now. So for that I just need to pass dot where and a email field name, and we just need to pass is equal to and the email that we need to match, and dot get function will help us to get all the field from the respective document. I hope it is very clear now. Now let's move to the login page, and here I need to simply first call the function that we have written in our database.dart file. So for that I'll just write query snapshot, and we'll write query snapshot is equals to await. So for that I need to pass async. I've already passed, so don't need to worry. So I'll just write await, not over here, over here. Sorry for that again. Await, we need to just write like database methods, base methods, database methods dot get user by email, and we need to simply pass the email string. I'm going to store the text of this text field in the email string. I'll show you that this is the same thing that we have done in the sign up page. There are not much more difference, just this function we need to add extra in this login page. And first I'm going to just write a query snapshot dot docs 0 dot, and here I'm going to simply pass our field name that we need to call. So this is the field name. Now copy this and paste it exactly over here so that I can get an exact name over here, and we'll just use a string name, which is my name, something like this, and we need to use a dollar sign so that I can get a detail from a respective field. Yes, something like this. Now once we have done all this thing, now here I'll do one thing. I'll get a ID, so I'll pass my ID, and here I'm going to pass again the field name, which is ID. So I'll just pass the ID over here, and now we need to get a image. So we'll copy this image, we'll simply paste it something over here, and we'll just write my image, something like this. Yeah. So once we have done all this thing, now we need to simply store the data locally, as I've explained you. So we'll use a shared preference again dot save user image. So I'm going to simply store my image. Now here I'm going to again write an await shared preference helper dot save user ID, and I'm going to simply store here user ID, and then await shared preference helper dot save, and we need to just save his email. So I'll write email, so which is a email, something like this. So we have saved name is left. So again use a shared preference helper dot save user display name, and I'm going to save the username, which is my name, something like this. Now once we have wrote this function, now we can simply store our data locally. Now once we have done all this thing, now we can simply push the user to the home page. So for that I'll use a navigator again. So I'll write navigator dot push, and here I'm going to just pass a material page route. So I'll write material page route. Now a context, so I'll just write a context, something like this, and we'll push the user to the home page. So I'll write home, something like this. Yeah, so this is how we can simply push the user to the home page once they have logged in. Now let's call the function. Like when the user will tap to this login button, we need to execute some of the functions. So for that I just need to move to the login here, something over here, where over here, sign up. This is a login button. Yeah, so we'll again wrap up with a gesture detector and on tap method, and in the on tap method I'll just pass one case, like if both the text field will be filled, then we are going to simply call a login function. Like we need to simply allow the user to enter or fill this to text field. So for that I'll just pass mail controller.text should not be empty, and a password should not be empty. Yeah, so let me see. Yeah, here it is. So password controller.text should not be empty. Now if this two condition is true, then we'll use a set state to fill all the situation or strings. So I'll just pass email equals to mail controller.text, and so I'll just write a password equals to password mail controller.text, something like this. Now once we have done all this thing, we can simply call our function, which is user login. Yeah, so this is how we can simply create a user login function. Now let's test how the user login function is going to work. So I will simply hot restart the app. I hope that hot restart will work over here. So I'll just pass the name, which is Ayush Gupta. So I'll write Ayush Gupta, and we'll just write email. So I'll write ayush123@gmail.com. We need to pass in password. So I'll write password. Now we need to just sign up. So I'll first sign up with one of my account that I have created. Then I'll show you how we can simply use same ID to log in the app. Yeah. So I'll just move to the login page, and we'll simply hot restart the app, and we'll just write Ayush. I can't see the text. You know that why. We need to simply pass that to case again. So I'll move to the sign up page, and we'll copy this tile and cursor color so that I can see the text that we enter over in this text field. So I'll copy and we'll simply paste it something over here. Where? Over here. Yeah, and we need to do same for in the password. We can pass off secure to secure our password that we enter. So I'll just pass true, something like this. Let's hot restart the app again, and we'll enter the same email, which is ayush123@gmail.com, and we need to just enter password ayush123. Now we'll simply click to this login button. Wrong password provided by the user, though you can't see this. Now if you want to simply change this, you can do from here. Like you can just pass like black. It is a black, and you can pass a background color also, like here, and like background color, and we can pass colors dot white so that I can see it clearly. I've entered a wrong password, so let me check it. I hope that I didn't forget a password. I have. So sorry for that. I don't know how I forgot the password, but let me test it again. So I have simply signed up with a new account first, and then I'll use a login function. Yeah, so I'll write ayush125@gmail.com, and I'll write ayush125. Why it's showing a wrong provided by the user? Because I'm entering the correct thing again and again. Let me check. I think so. We haven't passed a controller till now. These are the small mistakes that simply make the thing very tough. Yeah. So I'll write controller, password controller, and the controller is a mail controller, something like this. Now once we have done this thing, now we can handle a text that the user enter on this text field. So I'll use my old account again, which is 123@gmail.com, and we'll use a password again, ayush123. We faced some error. Let me check. Invalid range, it says. So I have entered a wrong email ID, or it's something else. Let me check it again. Let me check this function first. Yeah, so that I was telling about, like email should be exact what you are passing over here. So these are the few errors that you can also notice, because this can simply take you lots of time to simply fix this. So I'm showing you like how, what all simple errors you can face and how you can simply solve that. Yeah, so just read the error that you simply get, like what is an exact error. Now once you know that this error is because of this condition, then you can simply fix that in no time. Yeah, so I'll click to this login button again, and here you can see that we have successfully moved to the home page here again, and our login is working brilliantly. Yeah, so if you want to move to the bottom name, so just remove the home and just switch it to the bottom name. Yeah, that is also brilliant, you can do that. Yeah, so once we have done this thing, now let's move to our bottom name page and let's add all the functions so that the user can book a ticket and can watch his favorite movie. Yeah, now let's move, and here as you can see that when the user will tap to this, they will move to the movie detail page. So for that I need to move to the home page first. I don't think so we need a much execution in our home page. Let's move to the movie detail page and let me add some of the functionalities over here. So let me switch it to the detail page first. So I'll just write a detail page, something like this. Yeah, so this is the detail page. Now in this detail page I need to do one thing, like first I need to get the image of, like when the user will tap to any specific movie, his name, like movie name, the action, adventure, these are the some text we need to show, and the some detail about that movie, and also the price. So price is also left. So I'll just write one thing, like here I'll just write a string like this, and here I'm going to simply get the image, which is movie image, the movie name, and the action adventure, what I will write, short detail, just write short detail, and sorry detail, and I'll just write a detail, or movie detail, just write movie detail. Yeah, and now we can just call our detail page, and we need to just store this all the things. So I'll write this dot image, this dot name, something like this, and this dot short detail, and this dot movie detail, something like this. Now once we have passed all this thing, I just need to pass a required thing. So I'll write required, and this is also required, and this is also required too. Now we need to just pass all the thing in the home page. So let me see where we have written. So this is the first movie where we have shown. So I'll do one thing, I will just wrap up the container, which is this container, I guess I'm correct. Yeah, I'm correct. So I'll just wrap up with a gesture detector, and in the on tap method I will just push the user to the detail page. So I'll write navigator dot push, and we'll just write a material page route. So I'll write material page route, something like this. I'll just pass a context, and in the context I'll push the user to the detail page. Now I need to pass the image of this movie, so I will just write our folder name, which is where we have stored the image. So I'll use images dot this, something like this. Yeah, now here I'm going to do one thing, like you will think that why I haven't stored the image in the Firebase storage. Now in my previous, like I have already made 14 to 15 apps before on this channel, you can simply check it out. I will simply paste the link in the comment box. Now in the previous series I noticed that many of the viewers writing in the comment box that Firebase is paid. I know that Firebase is paid, so this is a new update that Firebase. So according to this new update, if you want to use a Firebase storage, you need to upgrade the plan to the Blaze plan. Yeah, so though you can buy a Firebase storage, I will recommend you, because as the Firebase storage don't have any fixed subscription, they like they will charge you accordingly how the Firebase you are using. So if you don't want to deploy the app to the Play Store, you are just making for your like resume or just for your college or interview purpose, then I don't think so that will charge you very much for the Firebase storage. This is, I'm telling you according to the my experience, because I've already used a Firebase storage by a Bliss plan. So I don't deploy any app. I just make use the Firebase storage to just to show you how the app building works and how the app development works. So it charged me like really less than $1. So it is like nearly in Indian currency less than 80 rupees. So that's the minimum charge that you can face while purchasing for the Firebase storage. Now if you don't want to buy the Firebase storage, then this is this project, because as you can see that I am storing the image locally in our images folder, and I'm going to use the image again by the just passing our images folder name. Yeah, so we are not getting any image from the server. So on this project we don't need a Firebase storage. So this is a good news for you. If you don't want to simply upgrade the plan, you can follow this project, because I'm not going to use a Firebase storage on this project completely, as you know that, because I've already used a Cloud Firestore and authentication till now. Yeah, so now let's pass our movie name. So I'll just pass the movie name, which is this name, Infinity Wars. So I'll copy this and will simply paste it something over here. Yeah, and here I'm going to pass our short detail, which is, I think so, this detail. So we'll copy this and we'll simply paste it something over here, and this is a movie detail. So I need to just copy the movie detail also. So I need to copy the movie detail from here and will simply paste it over here, something like, I'll copy this and will paste it over where, in the home page where we are passing the movie detail, something like this. Yeah, so once we have done all this thing, now I can call all the data in our detail page. So for that I just need to show our movie name, which is widget dot name, something like this. Then I need to show the our image, so I'll pass widget dot image, something like this. Now once we have done these two things, I need to just show this. So I'll write widget dot, like, what is this, I guess short detail, and the movie detail. So I'll copy widget dot movie detail, something like this. Yeah, something like this. So once we have passed all this thing, now I think so we have forgot to pass a price also. Yeah, so price is an important thing. Yeah, so I'll pass a price. So I'll just pass a price, something like this. I'll just write this dot price. So I'll write this dot price and we'll call also a price, something like this. And let's move to our home dot, and here we need to write a price. So let's keep the price of this ticket, it is $50. So I'll write $50. Yeah, and once we have done all this thing, now let's show the price also over here. So I'll write widget dot price. Yeah, so here it is. Now let's hot restart the app again and we'll move to the home page. No, we haven't, because we need to pass a bottom name. So I'll pass bottom name. Let's move to the home page. Now I'll tap to this, and here we have landed to the detail page. Yeah, so this is how we can see that this is a movie picture, movie name, short detail, some more detail. Now we need to increase or decrease the amount of ticket like user need to buy. So for that I need to execute some of the function in our booking, not booking, detail page. Yeah, so for that first I'm going to just write like quantity. So I'll just write quantity is equals to 0. Yeah, we can't pass 0 because the user need to buy minimum 1 ticket. So that's why I need to just pass a 1 over there. So here I'm going to do one thing, like first I'm going to show the quantity. Yeah, also there is one more thing, we need to simply keep a track of a total amount, like this is a total amount, right? We don't need to show the price over here. So to keep the track, I need to do one thing, like I'll just pass int total is equals to 0, and in the init state I'll just store the total price of a ticket, like of one ticket, then it will keep on increasing as the user will increase the quantity from here. Yeah, so I'll just write a total is equals to, sorry, total is equals to widget dot price, something like this. Now once we have passed this case, okay, so we need to parse it to the int, so int dot parse, and we need to write widget dot price, something like this. I hope it is clear. Now once we have passed this case, we can pass total over here, where over here. So I'll just wrap up with a gesture detector first. So I'll pass gesture detector, and in the on tap method I will just do one thing, like I will first increase the quantity. So I'll write quantity equals to quantity plus 1, which will increase the quantity of an ticket. Then we need to increase the total price. So I'll write total equals to total plus in dot parse dot widget, and we need to just pass a price, and we need to also pass a set state, something like this. Yeah, so let me show how it works. So I'll simply click to this, and you can see 2, but we need to just pass a total over here so that I can show you. Total dot to string, sorry, to string. Yeah, I hope that, let's refresh this page first. Let's move to this page. We'll increase the quantity, and you can see that that total amount has been changed to 100. So this is how we can simply increase the quantity of ticket. So for the decrease, we'll pass gesture detector. In the on tap method, I will just pass if quantity of ticket should be greater than, I hope it is greater than 1. Yeah, now if it is greater than 1, then we need to decrease by, I passed this case because as I've told you that minimum tickets that user need to buy is 1. So for that I need to pass this case, otherwise it will go from 0, -1, -2. So that will not make any sense here. So I'll just pass minus over here and also minus, something like this. Now let's simply hot restart the app. Let's move. Let's simply increase the ticket, and you can see how simply our total price is also increasing. Now let's decrease this, and as you can see that it just take a few seconds to update the total price, and you can see that now when I click to this, I can't move to 0 because a minimum condition we have passed over here. So this is how we can simply show that the case. Now once we have done all this thing, now let's add a book now. As I've told you, we are going to add a Stripe payment gateway. So when the user want to simply book the tickets from here by clicking to this book now button, we need to enable a Stripe so that they can pay through the Stripe and can book the movie tickets that they want to. Yeah. So here I have added some of the features for our Stripe payment gateway. Now I will show you what all things we are need to integrate in our Flutter app to execute the Stripe and pay through the Stripe. Though as I've told you that I have used a Stripe many times before on my channel, so I won't show you the complete process to write a code because you don't need to exactly remind the code for the Stripe. You can copy from the old source code if you have, and you can paste it over here, or if you want to get a source code link, you can find the link in the description box. I will provide it to you. From there you can get the source code. Yeah, so let's move. So first to add a Stripe in the Flutter app, let's move to the perspec.ml file, and in the perspec.ml file you will see that we have added a Flutter Stripe package. So this is a Flutter Stripe package that you need to add in the perspec.ml file, and according to this we are going to add gateway in our app. Yeah, so here once you have added this package, now let's move, and first thing you need to do over here, like you need to simply move to the Android folder. Now I'm telling you the settings if you are running the app in your Android device. So let's move to the Android folder. Now move to the, like in app src main Kotlin, in main activity.kt file, you just need to add this 3 lines exactly in this file, and which is a Flutter fragment activity. Yeah, So once you have added these three lines, now let's move to the Android manifest.xml file and add this theme over here in Android theme. Now this is a theme that we need to simply pass in our Stripe to show the theme that will display while user wants to pay through the card. Yeah, so this is a theme that you need to pass in Android XML file. So these are all the things you need to do for the Android folder. So there is not much any extra settings for the iOS. For the iOS it can simply run easily. Yeah, so in the service folder you can see that I created a file which is a constant.dart. Now here in the constant.dart file I have added a two key, which is a publish key and a secret key. So the publish and secret key you will directly get from a Stripe website. Now in the Stripe website, if you don't have an account, you can sign up and create the account, and once you get that key, you can simply pass the two test keys. These are the test keys to simply test the app while we are booking the ticket for the respective movie. But if you want to simply like add a live key, you can simply replace it with a live key when you will make your live app in your Play Store or in App Store. Yeah, so these are the some settings that you need to simply do for our Stripe payment gateway. Now here let's move to our booking page back again, which is this file. I think so, not this file. This is detailpage.dart file, and here you can see that I've created one function name which is a make payment. Now this is a function that will simply help us to add all the things regarding a Stripe. If you want, you can pause a video and can write a complete code. I will scroll it slowly. You can simply pause a video and can write the code, like what all code it is necessary to write for a Stripe payment gateway. Or if you want the source code, as I have told you, I will provide the link in the description box. So in the both the ways you can write a code for the Stripe. Now once you have wrote all this code, here in the button where we have shown the book now text, I have simply wrap up with a gesture detector and I have called a make payment function that will execute a Stripe payment method, and here I have passed the amount that the user have been selected on while choosing the amount of ticket they need to buy. Yeah, so this is a total amount that we have passed to our make payment function. Now I'll show you that once you have wrote all this thing, now when I'll tap to this book now button, here you will see that this is how the Stripe payment gateway going to work, and I just need to pass a test card number which is 4242. You need to simply type it 12 times. 12 times, I think so, 12 digits, not 12 times. 12 digit will be there, and a random year you can pass, and a CVC code. Now click on pay now button, and as you can see that payment has been successful and we have successfully pay through the Stripe payment gateway. Yeah, so our Stripe payment gateway is working brilliantly, and we can simply now book the tickets for the respective movie we want. Yeah, so here one more thing I want to tell you, that like while adding all the thing related to the Stripe, don't simply like hot reload or hot restart the app. I think so if you are adding a new package to the perspec.ml file, you need to simply like close the VS code, yeah, emulator, then you need to rerun the app completely from the starting. Yeah, so otherwise you will face some of the problem. I'm telling that because you can face this problem. Yeah, so once we have done all this thing, now once the payment is successful, we need to show the booking detail in our booking page. So for that I need to upload the data to the user's respective collection, his doc ID, and here I'm going to create one collection which is a bookings, and in the bookings collection I am going to show all the booking, like which movie tickets that user have bought. Yeah, so here what I'm going to do, that first I'm going to create a map. Now in the map, first I'm going to pass a string, a dynamic, and here I'll just write user movie map. So this is our map name. Now first let me see what all things I'm going to add. Like first let's pass our movie name. So I'll pass the movie name which is widget dot, I think so, name. Then I need to pass a movie image. So I'll write movie image, something like this, movie image, and we'll pass like movie image. So we'll write widget dot image, something like this. So I passed a movie name, a movie image, Now here we need to pass one more thing, which will be, I think so we don't need a username, because he going to use, so because he going to see all these booking details in the user side of the app, so we don't need to pass his name, like his image and all. We just need to pass like a date, like which date he has selected to book this specific movie. So for that I just need to pass a date, and in the date let me call the thing that we have shown. So what we are going to do, like where we have passed the date, so here I'll just write dates, which is our list name, I think so. Like here I will do one thing, like first I'm going to pass a string, and I will just keep the current date over here. So I'll just write string, now I'll just write current date. And here what I'm going to do is that here first I'm going to pass the current date when I'll tapping to any of this container. So like when I'll tap to Thursday 16 and Friday 17, then here I'm going to store the current date Friday 17 in our current string, and we can directly use that string in the map. I hope it is clear that what I'm going to do. So for that I'll just write a current date is equals to, and here I'm going to store the current date that I have selected from the app. Yeah, now I'll just pass the current date string over here, something like this. Now once we have shown the date, we need to show the time slot. So we'll pass the time, and in the time we need to just pass the case that we have written to show the selected time slot. Like here I just need to pass this case. So for that let me show you what I'm going to do. So like if 8 is true, I mean 8 p.m. is true, then we'll just show the 8 p.m. So I'll write 8 p.m. something like this. Now here once it is false, like if the user have selected like 10 p.m., then here I'm going to just write 10 is true, then we'll just show the 10 p.m. something like this. And if both the case will be false, then last thing left, which is 6 p.m. Yeah, so I'll just write a 6 p.m., which is 0600 p.m. Yeah, so this is how we can pass a like a time slot that the user have selected from here. Now we just need to also pass a quantity. So I'll pass a quantity, and in the quantity I need to pass a quantity, like where the quantity, yeah, here it is a quantity. So I'll just write a quantity. Now the quantity is in the form of the int, so I'll pass dot to string. Now here I'm going to pass the total amount that the user have paid while booking for this movie. Yeah, so I'll just write a total dot to string, something like this. So this is how we can pass the movie name, the movie image, the date, like what is the for the which date the user have booked this movie ticket, the respective time slot that the user have selected, the amount of ticket, not the amount, the quantity of the ticket they have selected, the total amount that they have paid for watching this movie. Yeah, so these are the some details. But on this movie booking app, I am thinking that to add something extra, because this is not first booking app that I am making, because I have already made like Barber Booking App and Event Booking App on this channel. You can find the link in the comment box, because I have already made 14 to 15 apps before on this channel. You can simply look to that playlist, and that is very interesting playlist of all the apps that we have made till now. Yeah, so you can add some of the apps to your resume, and can get to know more about a Flutter and Firebase. Yeah, so as I've telling you that on this series, I am thinking that to add something extra to make it very interesting. Like if you have booked a movie ticket from any of the apps, then you will see that once you book a movie ticket, you will get one barcode. Sorry, not a barcode, a QR code. So barcode and QR code are two different things. So you will see that once you book a movie ticket for in any of the apps for any specific movie, you get a QR code. So through the QR code, the admin, or when you go to the respective cinema, the security or the person simply scans that barcode, and QR code and allow you to simply enter in the movie hall. So this is what I'm going to do in our app also. So it will look like a movie booking app, otherwise it will just like other booking apps as it is. So I'm thinking to add this extra feature, and we are going to create a and we are going to give a unique barcode to each and every user. So like there will be a respective barcode for the respective booking that the user have done, so that once we scan that barcode we get the details like yes, the barcode is valid, and we can allow the user to enter in that respective cinema hall. Yeah, so let me show you how to create a respective, or you can say a unique QR code for the each bookings that the user are going to do for on this app. Yeah, to enable a QR code thing, I've added this two package. You can also add that in a perspecaml file. So this is a first package which is QR Flutter. So this package will help us to create a QR code for the each booking that the user are going to do. Now here this is a QR code scanner. Now once like I will also add a admin panel, or you can say not an exact admin panel, just a space where the admin or any of the guy who is handling complete cinema or something, like any security guy or something, can simply like scan that QR code and can check if that is a valid QR code or not. Yeah, so that's why I've added a QR code scanner also in this app. Now once you added this package, now run this package on this perspecaml file. Now once you have run all this thing, now let's move to the our detail page. And in this detail page, what I'm going to do is that like the QR code is going to work something like this. Like there will be a unique string to the each QR code, because like there are two users like Shivam and Shyam. So the Shivam is booking for the same movie and Shyam is booking for the same movie, but Shyam and Shivam will get a two different barcode because they are two different users, and we're going to simply check that if the ID we have provided to the Shyam match with the ID once we scan his QR code. Yeah, so that is the thing that I'm going to do. So for that I'll just create a string, and here I will just write a unique ID. Yeah, so I'll just write a unique ID. I'll write random alphanumeric and will pass a character up to 5. Yeah, so here I'm going to pass this, and we'll just write like QR ID, something like this, QR ID, and we'll pass our unique ID. Yeah, now here once we have done this thing and we have wrote all the thing that we need to show in our booking page, now here comes the use of the main thing that I have told you, is that which is a shared preference. So we have saved the user unique ID to the shared preference. Now the unique ID is very much needed over here because we need to show the bookings to the respect user unique ID, and like this is a document ID, and we need to simply get like if Shivam booked, then we need to get his ID and we need to show that booking on his ID. Yeah, so for that I'll just do one thing. I'll just get the ID by using a shared preference. So I'll use the function name which is get the shared pref. Yeah, and here I'll just write async id is equals to await, I think so await, yeah, await will be necessary, shared preference helper dot get, and we'll get the user ID. Now once we get ID, we can pass a set state to assign the ID, and we need to pass it in the init state. So I'll copy this function and we'll simply paste it something over here, something like this. Yeah, so once we get his ID, now we can upload the data to his ID. So let's create a function to upload a data. So I'll copy this function and we'll simply paste it something over here, and we'll write add user booking something like this, user info map string ID is right. We'll just write a collection, and in the collection we'll just write bookings, or we can write booking, and we'll pass dot add function. I hope it is okay. Now once we have done all this thing, let's call the function in our detail page. So I'll just write async await Firebase, not Firebase, our database methods, wait a second, database methods. Why it is not showing, I don't know. Yeah, database methods dot add user booking. Now I'm going to pass a map name which is user movie map, and then I'm going to pass the unique user ID which is our ID. Yeah, something like this. Now once we have done all this thing, we'll pass dot then, and here I guess we can pass some rather than dot then. Let's do one thing. Let's move to the sign up page, and we need to copy this like scaffold messenger. Like we need to show the snack bar like booking has been successful, to know that the user have booked successfully, and they can simply check his ticket in his booking page. Yeah, so for that, move to the detail page, and we'll simply paste it something over here, and we'll just write, and we'll show the green light which is booking uh, ticket has been booked successfully. Maybe ticket has been booked booked successfully. Yeah, so this is a toast message we can show. So let's test whole case. So I'll simply hot restart the app from here. Let's click to this. Let's increase the amount of, not amount, I'm telling amount again, quantity of tickets. Now I'll simply select one date, a time slot, and now I'll click to this book now button. Here are Stripe payment dashboard. So I'll simply pass our testing card number and a random date and CVC code. Now click on pay. Here the payment is successful, and yeah, so toast message is also visible. Ticket has been booked successfully. Now let's check to the Firebase like what data we get over there. So I'll refresh this page and just wait for a few seconds, and here which is the ID we have used. Yeah, so this is the ID, and here you can see the booking collection, and in the booking collection you can see this doc ID, and here you can see that this is the date we have selected, the movie for which we have booked a ticket. The movie image is also shown over here, and this is a QR ID, and this is the unique QR ID for this user, and this is the quantity of tickets, the time slot we have selected, the amount that we have paid. So it is working brilliantly, and we can show the booking in the Firebase. Now let's show that booking in our booking.dart page. So let's move over here, and we just need to pass a scaffold, a body, container, child, a column, and a children, something like this. Now once we have passed this thing, first let's move back to the home page. I can't move back because we haven't wrap up with a gesture detector till now. So here I'll just wrap up with a gesture detector, and in the gesture detector pass on tap method, and we'll just write navigator dot pop context. Now we can move back successfully. So this is our booking page. So let's pass the color first, so which is background color, and we'll just pass colors dot black, something like this. Now once we have passed the color, I just need to show our page name. So I'll use a text widget here again, and I'll just write a page name which is a booking, and here I'll just pass a style, a text style, color. The color will be simply colors.white. We can pass colors.white. Font size, let's pass up to 20.0, and font weight will be font weight.bold. Yeah, so these are all the things. Here you can see this, but we need on the center. So I'll do one thing, I will wrap up with a center widget, and here I'm going to pass a margin, edge inset dot only. From the top, let's pass 50.0. Now we can see the booking text. We can increase the maybe font size to see it clearly, or up to like this. Yeah, bookings, we can show booking, can tell bookings. Yeah, bookings. Yeah, so this is our booking page. Now here I'm going to create one curved container to show our all bookings. So for that I'll do one thing, like here what I'm going to do is that let's move to the detail page. Now the reason behind this, because we have already shown that curved container we need over here. So I'll copy this and we'll paste it something over here, and we'll just pass all the brackets, and this is a lots of space, so we'll pass the margin from the top, and we'll use a size box, and we'll just pass a size box height. Let's pass 20.0. I guess it is okay, or maybe 10 will be also okay. So this is how we can show this container color, and you can see this screen. Now let's first create the UI of how we need to show the booking. Then through the Firebase, I'm going to show all the bookings on this page. So I'll first write in container. Now in this, I need to first pass a children container. Now in the container, I just need to pass a decoration, a box decoration. Now in the color, I'll just pass the color, which is colors.white, and we'll just pass a width, and we'll pass a width media query dot of context. Sorry, media query dot of context dot size dot width, so that it can use a complete width of the screen. Now here I can pass first a child, a column, and a children. I hope that yeah, it is okay. Yeah, it is okay. Now what I'm going to do, first I'll pass a row children. Now in the row, what I'm going to do first, as I am going to first show the QR code at the top, so that it will be easy for the admin to like scan the QR code and allow the user to enter in that cinema hall. So at the top, I'm going to show the QR code. So we are going to write all the code that we want to show over there. To show the QR code, I will just write in the row widget, which is QR image view, to show our QR image. As of now, as I told you that I'm just creating the UI. So once we get a data, I will simply paste the data over here. So I'll just write a random unique ID over here, something like this. And once we have wrote this ID, I'll just pass a version, which is QR version dot auto, and here I'm going to pass a size, and we'll just pass a size 200. So this is how you can see that this is the QR code has been created in the app. Now the size is too much, I guess, and here you can see the QR code. Now once the QR code is shown, I do one thing, like what I'm going to do is that I'm going to cut it from here, we'll paste it over here, and we'll pass a center widget to show that QR code in the center. And we can pass a size box and for height from 5.0 like this. And if you want, you can increase the size of an QR code. It's up to your choice, like how the QR you want to simply show on this app. So once we have done this thing, now I want to show the movie name. First the movie image, a movie name, the amount that the user have paid, the quantity of tickets that the user have booked, so that all thing. So first I'm going to use image.asset, and we'll use images, and I will use the images. So let me check the image file name, which is infinity.jpg. So I'll use infinity.jpg. I'll pass the height, let's pass the height 100, width 100, and a fit box fit.cover. So this is the image. Now I can pass the space so that it can be seen clearly. So I'll pass padding edge inset dot only, from the left 20.0. Now here what I'm going to do is that I think so I can increase the size of an like image. So let's increase the size of an image up to 150. I'm just checking for now like what really fit best over here according to the design we need. So this is how. And once we have shown the image, I can do one thing. I just need to wrap up with a clip react widget. So I'll use a clip react border radius, and we'll pass border radius dot circular. Let's pass 20. So this is how we can show the movie image. Let me pass the gap from bottom also, otherwise it will not look good. So this is how. Now we need to show the movie name. I can provide some enough space. So for the movie name, I'll just use a column widget, and in the children I need to pass a text widget. We need to copy the text widget from here, and we'll simply paste it something over here. Now in this, what I'm going to do, first I'm going to show the username. So I'll just write like this. Let me show the icon first. I think so icon will look good. You can directly show the name like this also, Shivam Gupta, something like this. Yeah, and we can just pass the color black. Font weight, let's pass 22 and just write W500 here. So this is how we can show the name. I need to bring something over here. So for that I'll just pass a cross axis alignment dot start. Yeah, I can pass the space, so I'll use size box width. Let's pass 10.0 or let's pass 20.0. Yeah, so here it is. Now here you can see the username. Now just beside the username I can show the icon. So I'll wrap up with a row widget here again. Now once we have wrap up with a row widget, I will just pass a main, that the main axis. Why I'm writing a main, I don't know. I don't need that. I'll just write icons dot person. So I need to copy the color of this bottom name that we have passed. So we'll copy this color, we'll simply paste it something over here in the detail page, where the booking page, sorry. So in the icon I can just pass a color and we'll paste the color, and here you can see this one. Now I can pass a size box width. Let's pass width up to 10.0. I guess 10.0 will be okay. Yeah, so once we have passed this, now I can show the quantity. So I'll copy the row widget, we'll simply paste it something over here, and I'll just show the quantity. I don't know which icon should I use to show the quantity. So let me find if anyone will be fit over here. So why no, the cart is not needed. So quantity, or let's pass like persons over here, persons or group. Yeah, group is okay to indicate the quantity. And here I'll just pass like 3. Font weight, let's keep bold. Yeah, so indicate a quantity 3. Now I need to show the price also. So for the price, I will copy this thing again and will simply paste it over here, and we'll just write monetize on to indicate the price. We'll use our size box width. Let's pass 20.0 and amount that the user have paid, so $200, something like this, yeah. So this is, we can show the amount. And here now just below the name I need to show the movie name. So we'll just write like this, and movie, and here I'll just write Infinity Wars, Infinity cross. We'll use a cross axis element dot start, and here I'll just change the color to black 54. Font weight will be bold. Bold is not, W500 is okay, I guess. We don't need to pass bold. Yeah, and we can pass some spacing. So I'll pass size box height 5.0, and we can pass this spacing also, something over here. So this is how we can do all this thing. I guess it looked good. Yeah, so this is my name, the movie name that I'm going to watch, the amount or quantity of the tickets, the amount that I have simply paid to watch this movie. Yeah, now here I will also provide a border radius to this container also. So for that I will pass a border radius. So I'll write border radius dot circular, and will pass up to 10. Yeah, so this is how we can do. And now let's move, and here I'm going to create one page where the admin can simply click and can scan this QR code to verify if this QR code is correct or not. Yeah, so for that I will move to the pages folder and will simply create a new file name which is verify qr dot. Yeah, now first I'm going to simply first import the package by using material.dart and will write a stateful widget name which will be a verify dart. Yeah, so once we have wrote all this thing, verify qr, what verify dot here, verify qr. Now I'll write scaffold, now body container, so write body container child and a column and a child. Yeah, so now let's move, and here I'm going to use this icon which is QR code.png over here. So for that I'll use image.asset and we'll use a images folder name and our image file name which is QR code.png, something like this. And here I'm going to simply pass the height. Let's pass the height 200, width 200, and we'll pass fit boxfit.cover. Yeah, now let's move to the verify QR page so that I can see what all things I am writing there. So I'll write verify QR, something like this. So this is the page. Now I need to bring the image at the center. So for that I will just do one thing. I'll wrap up with a center widget, something like this, and I'll provide the margin from the top. So I'll write margin edge inset dot only from the top. Let's pass up to 90.0, and here I'm going to increase the size of our image up to 300, I guess is okay, or let's pass up to 500. Yeah, so this is how we can show the image. And now I'm going to show the button over here. So for the button I'll just create one container, and in the container I'll just write like this, which will be like a child, a text widget, and in the text widget I just need to pass a text which is like scan QR code. Yeah, I can just pass a style, a text style. Now the color, which will be simply colors.white. Font size, let's pass up to 20.0, and font weight will be font weight.bold. Yeah, now here I can pass a decoration, a box decoration. Now the color, let's pass colors.black, like this. So this is the button that we want to show. I can pass the complete color to this screen. So I'll pass background color, colors.white, and here I'll increase a font size up to 24, I guess. And now I can provide a width. Let's pass the width 200, or let's pass up to 250. We'll center this with the help of center widget. We'll pass the height. Let's pass the height up to 80. 80 will be good, I guess. Yeah, now I can provide a border radius. So I'll pass border radius dot circular. Let's pass up to 10, and I can also provide a material widget. So I'll wrap up with a material widget, and I'll pass the elevation. We'll pass the elevation up to 3.0. Yeah, or 5.0. It's up to your choice. Let's pass 5.0, and we can use a border radius to our material widget also. So we'll copy, we'll paste it something over here like this. So this is a button. Now I can use a size box. So I'll pass the size box height. Let's pass the size box height 50.0. So this is a button that we need to show over here. So like when the user will press to this scan QR code button, I mean the admin, not a user. So the admin can scan the QR code. Like the back camera will simply allow the user to scan the respective QR code of that ticket, and it will check that if that QR code is valid or not. Let's move, and we haven't added a backend to show the data from the Firebase in our booking page. So let's move to the booking.dart file, and here I'm going to write a complete function to show our data from the Firebase. I mean all the bookings that the user are going to do, we are going to simply show it over here. Yeah, so to show all the bookings, I will use a stream builder. Now, if you don't know the use of stream builder, so stream builder is something that will help us to read each document from the respective collection, and I will also refer you to use a stream builder when you want to simply get a data from any of the collection, because like if you change any of the data from any of like respective document, then the stream builder will just take a few seconds to highlight that update in the app. Yeah, so stream builder is very useful tool to use and to get a data from the Firebase. Yeah, so let's move to the service folder and move to the database.dal file, and we need to write a function to get a data from the Firebase. So here I'll write a future and a stream which will be a query snapshot. So I'll just write a query snapshot, something like this. Now once we have passed the query snapshot, we can write our function name which is get bookings. Yeah, so here I'm going to pass the ID which will be the unique user ID. So let's move to the Firebase, because I am going to show like what respective collection we are going to call on this function. So in the Firebase you can see that there is a users collection, and this is a specific unique ID that we have provided to Ayush, and this is a booking collection, and in this booking collection we are going to get all the documents, and we are going to show all the documents on this page. Yeah, so I'll just write a sync. Now here I'll just pass a return await, and will pass Firebase firestore dot instance dot collection something collection, and once we have passed the collection, we can pass the collection name which is users dot doc, and we need to pass id dot collection, and I need to get this booking collection. So I'll copy the exact collection name, will paste it something over here, and will use dot snapshot to get all the field or documents from the respective collection. Now once we have wrote this, now let's move to our like the page, I mean the booking page, where we are going to write a stream builder function. So here first I'm going to create a stream which is a booking stream, something like this. Now once we have written this thing, we need to write our function name which is, so I'll write widget and will write all bookings, and here I'm going to write a function. So I'll write async, sorry not async, I don't need async, and we need to return, and we are going to return a stream builder as I've told you. So once we have written a stream builder, we can pass a booking stream over here. So I'll write booking stream, we can pass a null check error, and here we'll just pass a builder, and in the builder I need to pass a context async snapshot, and we'll write a snapshot something like this, which is snapshot, something like this. Now once we have done all this thing, now here I can do one thing, like first I'm going to return. Now the return, I think so, yeah, we need to just check that snapshot dot has data. Now snapshot dot has data will check the respective collection, I mean the booking collection, if there is any booking available on the booking collection or not, like if the user have booked the ticket or not. So if they have booked the ticket, then we are going to show the ticket by using a list view dot builder, and in the item builder I just need to pass a context and a index, something like this. Now we need to pass a document snapshot which is ds is equals to snapshot dot, and we are going to get a data from each of the documents, I mean the fields that we have provided in each of the documents. Yeah, so this is what we have written, and if there is no data available, then we are going to just show the container. Yeah, something like this. So we have written all this thing. Yeah, now in the list view builder I need to pass some of the thing like item count. Now the item count will simply keep the count of all the respective documents, like in this booking collection how many documents are available. So that count will be help to like get us all the documents in the list view builder. Yeah, so I'll just write a snapshot dot data dot docs dot docs dot length, something like this. Now once we have written this thing, now we just need to pass a return. There are some more thing we can pass over here, like if we don't need unnecessary padding, so I'll pass padding edge inset dot zero, something like this. Now once we have passed a padding, we can also pass a sync prep, we can pass up to true. Now here in the return, I need to copy the ticket. Basically what ticket, let me show you. So this is a container, so I'm going to copy this complete container from here. We'll cut it from here, we'll simply paste it something over here. Now we are going to copy the exact field name that we are going to show. So our first thing is QR ID. So this is a QR ID, so I need to copy this QR ID and we are going to paste it something over here, and we'll just write DS and the QR ID. So this is the unique ID that we have given to the each booking that the user going to do, you know that. Yeah, so this is I think so it will remain exactly same, and this is the username. Why I pass the username? I don't think so we need a username, because as the user will simply log in the app, and I think so let's pass the username. If you are telling them let's pass the username, so for the username I need to do one thing. Let's move to the detail page, and here we need to also get the username. So I'll write name is equals to name equals to, and we are again going to use a shared preference to get the username. So I'll write shared preference helper dot get user display name, something like this. Now once we have done this thing, now we can simply pass the name over here. So I'll just write a name, I guess a name, yeah, name, and we are going to just pass a name, something like this. Yeah, so we need to also add the field. So I'll write name and I'll pass my name, which is Shivam Gupta, and we'll add this field. Yeah, now we can call this. So I'll just write our field name. So I'll write ds name. Now when you are writing a field name, I used to tell in my each of series that write the exact field name, don't make any mistake, because a single mistake can also cause the error over here. So yeah, so now let's pass our movie name. So I'll write ds and the movie name, which is this field we need to copy. We simply paste it over here. Now this is like a quantity of tickets that user have booked, so this is the field name. Again we'll copy paste it over here. Now this is our total price that the user have paid, so the total will be this one. So we'll copy and we'll simply paste it something over here. Yeah, so this is how we can do this. Now we haven't called our function, so we'll write get on the load, and here I'm going to call our booking stream. So I'll write booking stream is equals to await, and we'll write database methods. I hope that we'll get database methods. Database methods dot get, and here what it is, I think so get bookings. So here one thing more, we need to pass a sync, and we need to also get the user ID. So you know that how to get that through the shared preference. So we need to copy this, simply paste it over here, something like this, call the shared preference, and we'll do one more thing, like with await get the shared pref. So first we are going to get id, then we are going to pass it. Yeah, and we'll pass a set state, and the init state I'm going to pass our get on the load function. So get on the load function, something like this. Now once we have done all this thing, we can pass our all booking function over here, something like this. I hope it should work. Now let's check it. Yeah, so the field name doesn't yeah, it's exist now. So let's hot restart it again and move to the booking, and here you can see that we are getting all the data, which is a total price, the amount of ticket, a quantity of tickets, the movie for which we have booked this ticket, the user name, and the time slot, etc. We haven't shown a time slot and a date till now. These are the two best options to show here over here. So what I'm going to do is that let's add this two thing. This is very important, I guess. Yeah, so what I'm going to do, let's copy the row widget here. Again I'll copy the row widget, something like this. We'll simply paste it over here, and we make a mistake. What it is, let me check. So yeah, so this is the row we are going to copy, and once we have copied this, we can paste it something over here. So at now we can change the time. So I'll write icons dot time, something like this, or I think so alarm will be okay. Yeah, so this is an alarm. Now I'm going to show the time. So for the time I'll use this field name. So I'll just write a time as it is, and once we have shown the time, I need to just show the date. So for the date, I think so it is okay. Yeah, so we can pass a date. uh, there is overflow pixel error, I can see that. I will change that, do not need to worry. So I'll just write ds, and then I'm going to pass a date, which is this date. So I'll copy the date, we'll paste it over here, and this is a date. Now we can lower down the font size so that we see the overflow pixel error. We can paste the time. I guess a date is okay. Then let's cut the date from here, and we'll simply paste it outside here, and we need to use a row widget here again. And what I'm going to do, we need to just cut this icon, paste it over here as it is. I will use a size box. Let's pass the size box width, let's pass the width 10.0. now we need to pass the size box height. Let's pass the height 10.0, something like this. 10 is too much, I guess. Let's pass a 5 over here. Yeah, so this is the date and the time. Now if you want, you can increase the font size of and time that you have shown. It's up to your choice, like how you want to make. Yeah, so this is how we have shown the data from the Firebase. Now we can also pass a margin from the bottom, like if there will be another ticket, then this two ticket won't get stuck with each other. So I'll pass bottom 20.0, not a padding, my bad. So I'll remove this, and here I'll just pass a margin as in set dot only from the bottom. Let's pass 20.0. yeah, so here it is. Now here we have shown the data from the Firebase, and this is our QR code. Now let's add the complete execution, like how the admin will going to scan this barcode. We have added all the things that we need to add a QR code scanner in our app. So I will tell you each steps that we have added on our code. So here, when we'll move to the perspecaml file, you will see that there is a two package that I have added, which is QR Flutter. Now this QR Flutter will help us to show this barcode over here, and the mobile scanner package will help us to scan this QR code and match that if that it is a correct QR code or not. Yeah, so to verify that if the correct QR code is present on this app and this is a valid QR code of the booking for this movie, then there is one thing that we need to do. Like as I've told you, we are going to provide a unique string to the each QR code. So in the Cloud Firestore, you will see that there is a collection name all QR code. Now in this all QR code, we are going to store all the unique ID that we have provided to our QR code. I hope it is clear. So like this QR code has the ID which is this one, which is WVVP. So this is the unique ID we have provided to this QR code, right? So we are storing in the all QR code collection. Now the reason behind this, so let me show you what changes you need to do to add the QR code over there. So when you'll move to the like in the detail page, you will see that where we are uploading the data, there I have added one more thing, which is add QR ID. Now this is a add QR ID, and through this you can simply like add a QR ID by using the array. So you can see that we have used field value.array union, and it will simply like add our QR ID to the all QR code collection. Now the reason behind this, as I was telling you about that, like when I'm scanning the QR code from here, now I want to simply match the QR code that if it is a valid or not. So we are going to simply like match the array QR code, like if any of the ID that present in the QR code field or not. Yeah, so if it is present, then we are going to show that the QR code is matched. Yeah, so you can see that there is one more screen I have created, which is verify QR.dart, and in this screen we are getting all the data first, like from our all QR code collection, and once we get this, we are just passing this image. I will show you how it is going to work. Do not need to worry. Yeah, I'm just explaining you like what all code I've written. Like if you want, you can simply pause a video and can write the code. But if you want to simply get a complete source code, I will provide the link in the description box. So both the ways you can prefer and can add this QR code over here. Now here you will see that there is one more section which is QR code scanner. Now this is a section where all the detection of the QR code going to work, and this is a mobile scanner controller as you can see, and this is on detect function that will simply call when the camera is going to detect this QR code, right? And once it is matched, we are going to show the dialog box that it is matched and this is the QR code detected, and like this we can do that. So I have done one thing, like I have simply run the QR code, like verify QR code or dart file in my Android real device, because I want to show that how the admin will going to scan the QR code and allow the user to enter their cinema, right? So what I'm going to do, like you will see my mobile screen at the left side, and I'm going to simply scan the QR code that it is on my laptop. So I will give all the necessary function, and you can see that it just scans the QR code in a few seconds. I will show you again, like I'll just move the camera. You will see that I'm moving my camera and it simply detect the QR code, and you can see that QR code has been detected and it is the same ID you can see over here. So you can see that how the QR code is going to work, and once it is matched it can also show the message that it is matched. Yeah, so this is the awesome thing that we have done. And once we have done all this thing, let's move to the profile page. And in the profile page you can see that I just made a simple profile page. So this is the profile page we have made, and we are getting the data from the shared preference. Like we have saved the data locally, so I'm using a shared preference to get all the data and show the details over here. So this is a logout and delete account button, and in the auth.dart file we have used a class auth methods, and you can go and can simply check it. Yeah, so these are all the things that we have done. Now here there are some more thing, like if you want to show the your name and the image, you can again use a shared preference. Let me show you how we'll do that. So I'll copy this string id something like this. We'll move to the home page. We'll simply paste it something over here, and we'll call this. Once we have called this, we can just write like this hello, and we can pass our name. So I'll use plus and we'll pass our name. Then I'm going to show the my image. So I'll write network and we are going to pass the image. So this is how we can do that. Yeah, and once the data is loading, I can simply pass that if name is equals to null, we can show the circular progress indicator to indicate that the data is loading, and once it is loaded we can show the data something over here. So yeah, so this is all the process. Now when I will hot restart the app, and you will see that yeah, so it changes to my name and the my image, and this is all the bookings. And I've shown you how the admin can simply scan the barcode and can allow the user to enter in the cinema hall. So this was the unique app that we have made from the scratch, and you have added one more app to your app bucket list. But if you haven't hit that subscribe button till now, then what you are waiting for? Hit that subscribe button and be the part of this awesome Flutter family. And I am planning to bring some more awesome series on this channel, so don't miss out, because there are some more series that I'm going to plan. And this is the, I'm telling you again, like I've tried my best to not use a Firebase storage on this app. Otherwise you will tell that Firebase storage is paid. I'll use the Firebase. So I don't use the Firebase at all on this project. Yeah, so hit that like button also and show your support. So here you can see a main.dart file, and at the top right position you can see the debug banner. So now let's move and we'll remove the debug banner from here. You already know that, but let's write debug show check banner and we'll assign it to false, and by assigning it to false it will remove the check banner from here. Now in this Barber app, we are going to first make the onboarding page, and then we'll make the home page UI and the login page, sign up page, and many other page, and then we'll connect the Firebase with this Barber app, and the user can book the service of that specific barber shop, and through the admin panel the barber can get to know which the user have booked their services. So here I have created the images folder, and here I have added one image. So to get this image, now we need to go to the perspec.ml file, and let's move down, and here in the assets folder we need to assign the images where we have saved the image. So here it is done. Now let's run this perspec.ml file. So in the leaf folder, we'll create a new folder name pages here, and inside the pages folder, I will create a new file name onboarding.dart. Now we'll write import material stateful widget. So here I have wrote a stateful widget name onboarding. Now in the container we'll remove the container and we'll write scaffold, and here I will write body container. Now child, sorry, alignment, child column children. Now first we are going to make the onboarding page. So I will first get the image that we have saved in the images folder, though it is wrote in a screenshot name, so we'll rename the name to barber. Okay, so here it is done. Now we'll write image dot asset, and we'll get the image that we'll save in the images folder, and we'll write barber.png, which is our image file name. Now let's call this page in the main.dart file so that I can show you what all things I'm writing here. So I will write onboarding. So here you can see the screen. Now we need to also assign the background color. So we'll write color and 0xff. Now you already know that to provide a customized color code, always start with 0xff. Now I'll write 2b1615. So here is the customized color code that I will be using. Now let's provide the space from the top. So I will write margin edge inset dot only, and we'll provide the margin from the top. So we'll write something 90.0, maybe 120.0. Okay, so here it is done. Now just below this image I am going to create a button name get a stylish haircut. So we'll write container, and through the container we'll create a customized button. So in the text widget I will write get a stylish haircut. Now we'll write style text style. Now we'll assign the color to our text widget. So we'll write colors dot white, and the font size 20.0 and font weight dot bold. So here it is done. Now we'll write decoration, and we'll give the color to our container. So we'll write box decoration color, and we'll write 0xff, and I will write the customized color code here. So we'll write DF711A. So this is the customized color code that we'll be using. Now we'll write border radius. So we'll write border radius dot circular. Now we'll write 10. So let's provide the padding. So I will write padding edge inset dot symmetric, and we'll provide the padding from the horizontal direction. So we'll write 20.0, and from the vertical direction, so we'll write 10.0. So you can see a blue lines under the code which doesn't look good. So if you want to remove this blue lines, then you already know that we need to add the two lines in our rules section in the analysis options.yml file, and it will almost remove this blue lines from here. Now it's look good and it's more clear to code on VS Code. So here it is done. So we have created a button named Get a Stylish Haircut. Now let's provide the space from the top, I mean between the image and the container. So I'll write size box height 80.0. So let's change to 50. Okay. Maybe let's give some more spacing 20 and we'll change the border 30. Okay. Let's increase the font size too. So here it is done. Now it's look good. Now when we tap to this button, we'll directly move to the home page. So in the pages folder, we'll create a new file name home.dart. Now we'll write import and we'll again first import the package material.dart and we'll create a stateful widget name home. So these are the small things that we usually do in the Dart file. Now we'll write scaffold, body, container, child, column, and children. We'll write background color, and in the home scaffold we'll paste this color. Here we are going to code the UI for our home page. Now in the column widget, we'll first write row children, because we'll write a text widget here named hello, and we'll again use a style text style. Now colors dot white, font size 20.0 and font weight dot W500. So let me show what all things I'm writing here. So we'll go to the main.dart file, and here I will call a home page. So here you can see the text hello. Now let's increase the font size first. So we'll write 24 and we'll give a margin from the top. So we'll write edge insert dot only top and we'll write 40.0 and from the left 20.0. So here you can see the text name hello. Now if you want, you can give a more customized color according to your wish. So let me make it more lighter. So here it is done. Now just below this text I will show the username. So I will copy this same text widget here and will paste it here. Now I will write my name. So I will write Shivam Gupta. Wait a second, we need to wrap up with a column widget and we'll remove the text widget from here and we'll paste it here. Okay, now we need to move this text to the left side, so we'll write cross axis alignment dot start. Now I want this text to be perfect in the white color, so we'll write colors dot white and we'll make it bold. Okay, so here it is done. Now it's telling hello and the username. Now just here I want to show the user image, but I will use a random image here, and after connecting it with a Firebase, will get the user image. So I've saved a new image file in the images folder, sorry, image.asset images, and here I will write boy.jpg, and let's give the height 50 and the width 50, and fit boxfit.cover so that it can use a complete height and width of the screen. I mean the height and width we have provided in the image widget. Now here you can see the image. Now I want this image to be moved to the right side of the screen, so I will write main axis alignment dot space between. Now let's provide the margin from the right position, so we'll write right 20.0. So here you can see the image. Now you already know that whenever you want to provide the border radius to the image, always wrap up with a clip react widget. Now let's provide the border radius to our image. So here it is done. You can also increase the height and width of the image according to your choice. So I think so it's look good. Otherwise we can also provide something like this. Okay, I think so this also look good. Maybe we need to provide some more space from the top. I will write 50. Okay, now what I'm going to do that, first I will show the divider here. So I will write divider. So here you can see the divider. So here it is the divider. Now let's provide the height. So we'll write size box height 20.0. Now let's provide the color. So we'll write colors dot white, and there are the different shades of the white color. So let me see which fit best here. Okay, so it's look good. Maybe this. Okay, now it is done. Now I'll copy this same text widget from here and will paste it below the divider, and here I will write the text name services, and here we going to show all the services. So let's move to the left side of the screen. So you already know that cross axis alignment dot start. You can also provide the space here. So we'll again write size box height 30.0, maybe 20. Let me save some more images here where I will show the services, all the images that I will need in the services. So here you can see in the images folder. Now let's call the image one by one through image.asset widget and will show the image. So here I will write container. Now I will write child image.asset. So first one we are going to use the image is saving. So we'll write sha saving.png. So here you can see the image. Now let's pass the color to our container. So we'll use box decoration color and we'll write color, and through the 0xff we'll get the customized color code. So here I will write E2 9452. Okay, so here it is done. So here you can see the image and the color. Now let's provide the space from the top. So we'll write size box height 20.0. Now I want to show the text below this image indicating that what service it is. So I will copy the text widget again from here and will paste it in the container. So we'll wrap up the image widget with our column widget and we'll paste it in the column widget. So here you can see the text. Now we'll change it to classic saving. So let's decrease the font size to 20.0. Let's provide the height to the container. So we'll give the height 200, maybe 150. So just beside this container there will be one more container where we will show our second service. So we'll wrap up the container with a row widget and we'll copy this container again and we'll paste it here. Now we are going to show the hair washing. So it shows a very big image here. Now we need to pass the height, passing the height 80 and the width 80 and the fit box fit dot cover. So here you can see the image. Now we'll pass this same height to this saving part and we'll change the text to hair washing. Okay, it is done. Now I want to provide the space between these two container, so I will write size box with, wait a second, size box with 20.0. So here you can see the two separate container, but as you can see this container is using a maximum space rather than this container. I want both the container to use a fixed width of our phone device. So here I am going to use a flexible widget and will wrap up the container with a flexible widget which will make the app highly responsive, and will write fit flex fit dot tight. So here it use a maximum width of the screen and will pass same to the other container. So we'll write flexible now fit flex fit dot tight. So here you can see the two container now use a equal space and it's look really good now. Let's provide the border radius to this container. So I will write border radius dot circular and will provide the circular radius 20 and will copy this same border radius from here and will paste it in the other container in the box decoration. So here it is done. Now let's also provide the padding because this text is almost touching the container from the left and right position. So I will write padding edge inset dot symmetric from the horizontal direction and will write 10.0. So here it changes the line. Maybe we can decrease the font size here. Let's be 18 and remove the padding from here. Okay, and we can center this right here, main axis alignment dot center. So here it is in the center of the container and we'll pass this same to the other column widget. So here it is done, and we'll also decrease the font size for hair washing. So here it is done. Now if you want to provide some more size box, I mean the height between the image and the text, then you can write it here. So I will write size box height maybe 20.0. 20 will be too much, so I will write 10 and will pass the same height in the classic saving. So here it is done. Now let's provide some more services here. So writing the code again and again, I will copy the row from here and will paste in the column widget. So let me add all the services. So here you can see that I have added all the services here. So classic shaving, hair washing, hair cutting, beard trimming, facials and kids hair cutting. So these are all the services that we are going to provide in this app, and the user can book the specific service by using this app. So let's move to the pages folder and we'll write booking.dart here and we'll create a dart file, and we'll first import the package by using material.dart, and we'll create a stateful widget name booking. So here I will write scaffold body container child column children. So here I have wrote the complete thing that we need for our booking page. Now we need to write the code in our column widget. So first I am thinking to show the icon, basically a back arrow by which we can directly move to the home page back again. So I will write icons dot arrow back iOS new rounded, and will pass the colors dot white. So here you can see the button get a stylish haircut in our onboarding page. So when I'll tap to this button, we'll directly move to the home page. Now let's move to the main.dart file and we'll call the on booking page so that I can show what all things I am writing in booking.dart file. Now let's hot restart the app. So here you can see the screen. So first we'll pass the background color to our booking page. So we'll copy the same color and we'll paste it here. So here you can see the arrow at the top. Now let's give the padding to the arrow. So I will wrap up with a padding, and here I will write edge inset dot only from the left 20.0 and from the top 40.0. So here you can see the arrow. Maybe we can give some more height from the top. So I will write 50.0. Now let's increase the size of this icon. So maybe I can write 50.0 here again. Oh, it's too big. Now maybe 30. Now I want to move to the back to the home page when I'll tap to this icon. So I will wrap up with a gesture detector, and in the on tap method I will write navigator dot pop context so that we can directly pop out this page and can move back to the home page again. So here it is done. Now just below this icon I am going to show the text. So I will write text widget here again, and I will write let's the journey begin. Now I want that to change the line, so I will use a slash n here, and I will write style and will give the style to our text widget by using the text style, and I will write colors.white and the font size 20.0 and font weight dot w 500. So here it is done, and here you can see the image. So I want the text or this icon to move to the left side of the screen. So you already know that we need to write cross axis alignment dot start here. Now one thing we can do that while giving the padding from the left position here, I will provide the margin here directly so that I can give the margin to my all the widgets that I will write in the column widget. So I will write from the left position. So I'll write 20.0. Now let's give the spacing from the top. I mean between the icon and the text. So I will write height 30.0. So here you can see the text. Maybe I want to show the white color in the different shade. So I will use 38. No, it's too lighter. Maybe 60 or maybe 70. Okay, it's look good. Now we can increase the font size too. So I will write 25, maybe 28. Okay, here it is done. Now just below this text, I'm going to show this image that I have saved in my images folder. So here is the discount page that I'm going to show. So let's move and we'll write image dot asset images, and I will write discount dot png, which is our file name, and I want this image to use a complete width of the screen. So I will wrap up with a container and will write with media query dot of context dot size dot width and the fit box fit dot cover, so that it can use a complete height and width of the screen. So here you can see the image. Now here it's look good, but if we can decrease the margin from the left position to 10. Okay, so here it is done. Now we can give the space between the text and the image. So I will write 30.0. It's too much, so we'll change it to 20. So here it's look good. Just below this image, I will show the service that the user will choose. But before that, what I'm going to do that, like here I will write string and I will write service, and now I will write booking dot service and will get the service by using required function. So I have wrote this string here because I want that when the user will be at the home page. So let's move to the home page first so that I can show you what I am basically talking about. So when the user will select a classic saving, then we'll move to the booking page and there will show the service name classic saving that the user have selected from the home page. So to know that what service that the user have selected from here, I have wrote a string in the booking page. So in the home page, what I am going to do that, here I will first move to the container and will wrap up with a gesture detector, and in the on tap method I will push the user to the booking page. So I will write navigator dot navigator dot push. Now I will write material page route context and will push the user to the booking page. So I will write booking, and here I will pass the service that the user have selected by tapping to this respective service. So here I will do one thing. I will copy this service name and will paste it here. So here it is done. Now you can do this process in all the services that you have shown in the home page. So in the on tap method, you can again copy this function and can paste it here and can rename the
service name. So I will copy this from here and will paste it here. So here it is, hair washing. Now when I'll tap to this image or the service, will move to the booking page, and here I'm going to show the service name. So let me show how I'll do that. So I will copy this text widget again so that I didn't need to write it again and again, and will paste it here. And I need to just write a string name, so I'll write widget dot, and here you can see the string name is service, so I will write widget dot service, and here you can see the service that we are going to provide, basically not me, the barber. So why does the Siri gets on? Okay, it is done. Now I will write colors dot white and font weight dot bold. So I will write 25. Now we can provide some more space from the top, not from here, sorry, maybe from here. It's look good, not at all, maybe 20. Okay, it's done. So here you can see the service that we are going to provide. Now here, if I will choose the hair washing, then it will show the hair washing here. So you can see that by choosing the respective service, we can show the service in our booking page very clearly. Now I am going to show the to container here. Basically this to container will help the user to choose the time and the date, and by that time and date the user will book the service by this booking page. So here I will write container and will write with media query dot of context dot size dot width. Now I will write decoration box decoration. Now color, I will write color. Now 0xFF. Now before passing the color code, I have seen that many of the viewers or the subscriber keep on asking me that what state management I am using on this project or the past project that I have created. So the state management that we are going to use on this project is inherited widgets and inherited model method here. Now many of the viewers might be thinking that why I have didn't used a different state management like riverpod, flutter block, or maybe provider. Basically these are the state management that requires a lots of code, and it is very difficult to understand for the beginners, and the apps that I make in my channel is complete beginner friendly. So I want to keep all the things simple and sorted in my videos so that each and everyone can understand what state management I am using in the Flutter app. But if you want, I am planning to make a weather app by using a Flutter block state management. So let me know if you need that video. You can tell me in the comment box. I will definitely make one project on this channel, a weather app by using a Flutter block state management. Now let's move to the code, and here let's pass the customized color code. So I will write B4817E. So this is the color. Now I will write child, and here I will write column. Now children, and here I will write text widget, and I will write set a date. Now style text style color colors dot black, and the font size maybe 18.0, and font weight equals to font width dot w 500. So here you can see the container. Now let's provide the space from the top. So I will again use a size box and the height 10.0, maybe 20.0. Now let's provide the height. So we can provide the height like 300. No, it's too much. Maybe 200 or 150. So here you can see the container. Now let's increase the font size to 20, and we can pass the border radius to our container. So I will write border radius dot circular and 20. Okay, now let's also provide the padding. So I will add padding head insert dot only from the top, maybe 20.0. Now it's too much, so I will add 10. Okay, now here I will show the date, basically a current date. So I will copy this text widget again from here, and here I will paste it. But before that, I need to create a function named date time. So I will write date time, and I will pass the selected date, and through date time dot now I will get the current date in the selected date, and here in the text widget I will just write a date here. So I will write through the dollar sign. First we'll get the date, basically a day. So I will write selected dot day. Now again a dollar sign. Now selected, basically first will be the day, then the month. So I will write selected date dot month, th month, and again dollar sign, then selected date dot year. So here I have wrote. So here you can see that current date, it's 12 March when I am making this video. So let's size box height maybe 10 point. We can pass the date in the color white and also increase the date to 30. Okay, so here you can see the date and dot bold. Okay, so here you can see the date. Now rather than passing the specific height, one thing we can do that we can provide the space from the bottom too, so that it will be more responsive. Now just beside this date I want to show the calendar icon. So here I will write a row widget, and I will write icons dot basically calendar month. Okay, so colors dot white. So here you can see the, and we can increase the size of the icon by 30.0. Now we need to center this, so I will write main axis alignment dot center, and we can provide the width between the icon and the date. So I will write width 10.0. So let's provide some more width, maybe 20. Okay, so here it is done. Now I want that the user can select a specific date and can book the service. So we need to create a function here so that the user can select a date. So I will write future, now void, and will pass the function name select date, and build context now async. So I will write final date time picked equals to await. Now, if you don't know the reason of async and await, basically async and await help us to. Now again, this Siri gets on. Basically, async await is something that help us to call the first function first and then move to the further function that have been wrote in the select date function. So async and await is one of the most important thing in the Flutter because this may help you to call the specific function first, then move to the next function. Basically, wait for that function until then it is completely called, then move to the further function or the next function. So I will write show date picker and I will write context. Now, did I making any mistakes? I don't think so. And we need to pass a selected date. And first date basically by how much time you want to start the calendar or the year. So it is 2024. So I'm passing 2024. And the last date keep like maybe 2025 because it is a booking app, so we can't book the service for like after 1 or 2 year. So that's why though it is 2025, so here we are facing some error. Let me see. Acha. So basically a null pass error. These are the minor errors, so don't think much about it. Now, sorry. If picked, basically if the date has been picked by the user, so I'm writing that the picked should not be equals to null and pick should not be equals to the selected date. Basically the user didn't have selected the same date from the calendar. Now in the set state I will write selected date equals to picked. So it will assign the pick date to our selected date and that selected date will be passed to the text widget here. So here it is done. We have wrote a complete function to change the date from here, and in the icon we'll wrap up with a gesture detector, and in the onTap method I will just call the selected, basically a select date and the context. Now when I'll tap to this icon, you will see that there is a complete calendar, and here I can change the month also. And let's, for an example, I want to book the service for the 28th March, so I will write 28th. So I will select 28th and will press OK, and it will frequently change the date and assign the new date here. So it is working brilliantly. Now after selecting the date, I want to choose the time. So I will copy this same container from here and will paste it here, and will just change set a date to time. Now we need to also pass the function for the time. So I will write here, let's move to the top and we'll write time of day, select time equals to time of day dot now, and again it will pass the selected time. Basically, it will pass the today's time to the selected time.
Okay, I found this on the web for basically it will pass.
Today's Siri is very disturbing us. One thing I want to say, it is very difficult to record on the Mac because the Siri keeps on disturbing you. Again, when I will take his name, it just take a few seconds to disturb me.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
So I forgot what I was doing. So let me recall. Now I want to show the selected time here. So you know that we'll again use a dollar sign and the curly braces and selected time dot format context. I think so it will work. So we don't need a dollar sign. Okay, without a dollar sign we get a time here, and I will write icons dot time, maybe a clock. No, it's time to leave, not. Let me see, just wait a second, let me see. So let's do one thing, let's call Siri and let's check what reply he gives. Hey Siri, can you please suggest me a clock icon that I can use in Flutter?
Okay, I found this on the web for can you please suggest me a clock icon that I can use in Flutter? Check it out.
How to make a learning clock for kids. How to show a weekday in Windows 10 clock in text bar. Okay, I got it. So we'll need to write icons dot alarm. So here you can see the clock icon. Now let's write the code to select the time. Now we'll write future void void select time. Now build context. Now again context and async await. So I will write final time of day picked, not in capital letters, picked equals to await show time picker. Now again that error, wait a second, context initial time, and we need to pass the initial time which would be the selected time, and the same case that we have wrote above. So if now writing it again it doesn't give a perfect idea to the developer, so we need to copy and paste it, and we'll change selected date to time and the picked, wait, so okay, selected time. Okay, so here it is done. Now we'll pass the selected time, basically a select time function in our alarm icon. So I will write select time. Now when I'll press to this alarm icon, so here you can see the basic clock from where I can select the hours and the minute and AM and PM too. So if I'll select AM and will press on the OK, so it will exactly show that time that I have selected through the clock. So now I can select the respective date and the time and can book the service according to my choice. So it is done. Now we need to create a customized button just below this. container that we have created. So here I will write a container and the width media query dot of context dot size dot width and the decoration box. So we'll write decoration box decoration and we'll again write color. So we'll get the exactly color code that we have used in the onboarding page. Let's do one thing. Let's copy this complete customize button and we'll paste it here. So we are getting some error. Okay, so let's remove this function for some time. Basically this color doesn't match with the UI that we have just created, so I am going to change the color. So I will write FE8F33. So this color we are going to use. Now we'll change to 20 and we'll pass the width media query dot of context dot size dot width and we'll center the text widget here. So we'll write center and we'll provide the height from the top. So we'll write size box height 20.0. So here you can see the button. So here in the pages folder, I will create a new file name, our login dot dart, and first we'll write import material, now stateful widget, and we'll name the widget name login, maybe small n. Okay, so here I will write again scaffold body container child column children. So in the column widget, I will first write the container and I will write the decoration, and in this container I am going to create a mixture of two or more colors by using a gradient linear gradient, and in the colors first we'll pass the our first color code, basically 0xFF. Now the color code, so let me see what the really color code will be using. Will and the color code is B91635. So this is the first color and the second color. So again color 0xFF and maybe 621 D3C. So this is our second color and the third color. So by using a linear gradient, you can mix two or more colors in the container and can create a shade of the colors according to your choice. 311937. So these are the three colors that I am going to use in the container. Now here I need to provide the height, so I will write media query dot of context dot size dot height divided by 2, and the width will be the media query dot of context dot size dot width. So basically the width will be using the complete width of the screen, and the height, as you can see, divide by 2, so it will use a half height of my phone device. So here in the container I will write child. Now I will write text, and in the text I will write hello and slash n so that I can change the line and the sign in text. So let me show how our app really looks while calling this login page. So let's call the login page here. Maybe we need to hot restart. So here you can see the mixture of three color on this container. Now you can see the text hello sign in the top left position, but we'll increase the font size and we'll give the styling to this text widget by using the text style. So again I will write style text style color colors dot white, and the font size maybe we can write 30.0 and font weight dot bold. So this is the text we'll be using. Now let's provide the padding from the top. Edge inset dot only top 40.0 and from the left position maybe 20.0. So let's give some more height from more padding from the top. So we'll write 50, and you can see the hello signing text, and you can also give the more padding from the left position. So if you want to increase the font size, you can increase the font size too, but if you feel it's okay, then it's your choice. Now I will write container here. Basically this is one container and I want to overlap one container above this container, and where will show the email and the password, and the user can enter the email and password and can directly sign in the app. So you already know that whenever you want to overlap the two widgets, you can't do that in your column widget. You need to use a stack widget here. So one thing we're going to do that, we'll remove the column widget from here and we'll write stack, and in the stack widget I will write container, and we'll pass the height media query dot of context dot size dot height so that it can use a remaining height of the screen. Now we'll also write them with media query dot of context dot size dot width, and the decoration box decoration, and we'll pass the colors dot white. So here you can see the container which uses the complete height and width of the screen, but I want to show the container that I have just overlapped now. So I will use a margin and will give the margin from the top. So I will write media query. I am using media query again and again because I want that the app you are developing will be highly responsive. Now if I will use a fixed height and the width and the margin from the top position, then the app will not responsive, and if you check the app on the multiple device, then you will surely face a problem. So to face the overflow problem, I am using the media query again and again. So here you can see the container. Now maybe we can try divide by 2. No, it's too much. 4. Yeah. Now I want to basically give the circular radius to my container from the top left position and from the top right position. So in the box decoration I will write border radius dot only, not border, it will be border radius dot only, maybe from the top left radius dot circular 20. So here you can see the radius, I mean the circular radius, and we need to also provide from the top right position. So I will write radius dot circular 20. Now we can increase the circular radius according to the choice. Now we can use 30, or if you want to increase more, you can also increase by 40. So I think so it's look good now, and you can see that one container overlap by the other container by using the stack widget. I think so it is looking really good. So If you have any better idea or better design, you can go in your way. Now on this container, I will write child and will write column children, and here I will use a text widget again. So I will copy this text widget from here and will paste it here, and here I will write Gmail. Now here we are going to use this color, basically the first color that we have passed in the decoration box decoration of our container. So here you can see the text Gmail. Let's decrease the font size, maybe 25, and the font width W500. So let's do one thing. Let's move this text to the left side of the screen. So cross axis alignment dot start. Now from the top position, I want to give some more spacing. So I will write padding edge inset dot only top 40.0. Now don't get confused between the padding and the margin. Basically, the margin is something that give you the spacing from the outside the container. Basically, I have wrote the margin from the top position, so it will give me the spacing outside the container. And if you are writing the padding and passing the space from the top position like 40.0, then it will work from inside the container. So these are the two things that you can use and can give the height and the width of the container according to your choice. Now I want to also give the spacing from the left position, basically the padding maybe 30.0. Okay, so here I will write text field will decrease the font size to 23. Now let's provide the space from the right position to be 30.0. Yes. So we'll write decoration, input decoration, and in the hint text I will pass the Gmail. So here I have passed the Gmail hint. Now if you want to show the icon here, basically a Gmail icon, you can also do by using the suffix icon. I think so suffix, because I really got confused by using the suffix and the prefix icon. So as I have said, I got confused. So here it is. So it must be a prefix. So prefix icon. So here you can see the mail, and I will write outline. So here you can see the icon that indicates the user have to enter the email here. Now just below this text field, I will again copy this text and the text field and will paste it here. For the password, maybe we can give from the space 50. And we'll pass the text password, and here we'll pass the hint text password and password dot outlined. So here you can see that the user can enter the mail anything like this, and they can enter the password, but you can see that password is in the form of the text. Now if you have already seen my other apps videos where we have used user authentication, then you already know that to use a off secure text to true, and by using this you can change the text form into the dotted form. So if you haven't watched my other series like chat app, food delivery app, to-do app or many other apps that we have developed like quiz app, news app, you can find the link in the description box. So you can also follow that series where we have developed the complete app from the scratch and you can add them in your app bucket list. Now, as I was talking about off secure text, so I will write here off secure text to true, and it frequently change my password into the dotted form. Now I will write any text in this text field. It will show me the text in the dotted form. Now after this we are going to show the forgot password. Basically the user can tap to this forgot password text and they will move to the forgot password screen. Sorry, not on the text field. Forgot password here. Forgot password. We'll also change the color to, wait, let's give this color. Yeah, decrease the font size 18. Okay, let's give the space. Now I want to move the text to the right side of the screen, so I will use a row here and main axis alignment dot end, and here it frequently moves to the left side, I mean the right side of the screen. Now what I was talking about, that when the user will tap to the forgot password text, they will move to the forgot password screen that will create in this series. Now by moving to that screen, they can enter the email and the new password they can enter by using the email that they have wrote on that page. I will tell you this method in more detail while creating the forgot password screen. Now let's move forward with the UI, and here I'm going to create the button name sign in, basically the main button of this screen. Now I will write container child text and I will write sign in. Now style text style colors dot white. Now decoration, I think so we will use this same decoration here that I have wrote, I mean the colors, and we'll paste it here. Now we'll write with media query dot of context dot size dot width, and the border radius, wait a second, not here, border radius dot circular 30. Okay, now let's center this text, so I will use center. Now we can do one thing, let's provide the padding, insert dot symmetric, but before we provide the padding, let's provide the font size, maybe 30.0. No, it's too big, 26, and font weight dot bold, so here you can see the signing button. Now let's provide the padding, maybe the horizontal 20.0. Sorry, I again make a mistake. Size box height 50.0. I think so this much space is okay, or we can increase the space. Let's decrease the font size 24. Yeah, it's look good. Now we also want to show the text, like if the user already have the account, sorry, if the user doesn't have the account, they can move to the sign up page to sign up and they can directly move to the app. Now here I'm going to show that text. So again in the column widget I will write text. Why to write the text again and again? So I will copy from here and will paste it here. Now I will write don't have account. Okay, so copy this color and will paste it here. The blue 500 and the font size maybe we can increase to 17. Yeah. Now here I will show one more text. So I will copy this text widget again and will paste it here, and I will write on this color SIN, sign up. We can increase to 20 and font weight dot. So here you can see the text sign up. Okay, it's look good. Now I want to move this to text to the right side of the screen. So I will wrap up with a row widget and I will write main axis alignment dot end, and we'll do same for this.
Though there are many other way to move this text to the right side of the screen, but I am making it easy because I don't want to complicate the things here by using the tough widgets or the widgets that will really difficult for the beginner to understand. That's why I'm using the row and making it simple for everyone to understand. But if you have any better idea to move the text to the right side of the screen, you can do that too. Now I want that this text to move to the bottom of the screen. So what I'm going to do is that here is one widget named spacer. Basically spacer is something that gives a maximum space between the two widgets, and it pushes my widgets to the bottom of the screen. Now we can provide the padding from bottom position too. So I will write bottom and 20.0. No, sorry, not from here. Here. Okay, maybe 30. Yes. So it's look good, and we have created a complete UI for our signing page, and I think so it's look really good, and there are lots of colors that we have used in this signing page, and we can also see the mixture of three color and the different shades of the color. So now let's move and we'll create the UI of our sign up page. So I will write sign up dot dart and again import material and the stateful widget name sign up. Now here scaffold. So I will don't write this complete code because our sign up page will almost look like this page. Just we need to change the text like create your account, and will also add one option to add the full name here, and Gmail and password will be remain same. We'll remove the forgot password from that page and we'll change the text to already have an account, sign in. So let's move to the login page again and we'll copy this same UI and we'll paste it here and we'll do some minor changes that I've just told you now. Now I will move and we'll write create
your account. It's COUNT, not double A, ACC. Yeah. So let's call the sign up page here so that I can show you what all things I'm doing the sign up file. So here you can see the text, create your account. Now I'll copy this text field from here and we'll paste it here. So we'll just change the text to name and the icon to, I will use the icon person outline and the name. I think so I'm making this video from 20 to 25 minutes and it's really strange that Siri didn't disturb at all this time while making this video, because in the last part, as you know, she disturbed us nearly 3 to 4 times and it was really irritating. Now let's don't take his name again and again, otherwise she will take just a few seconds to come back and disturb us. So here we have wrote the name, Gmail and the password. So as I have told, we'll remove the forgot password from here. So I will remove the row and this height, and we'll change the text to sign up and this text also. So we'll write already have an account, sign in. Okay, now you can see that in just few seconds we have developed the UI for our sign up page. Now we just want to navigate in the signing page to the sign up page to the signing page and signing to the sign up by using this text. So here I will write gesture detector, and in the on tap method I will write navigator dot push material page route context, and will push the user to the signing page. So I will write login, yes. So when I'll tap to this text, we'll move to the login page. Now we'll move to the login page here again and we'll do the same process. And we'll move to the sign up page. Sign up page. Now here you can see that we can easily navigate to the two pages easily.
First, we are going to connect the Firebase with our Flutter app for both Android and iOS, and I will recommend you to please do not skip any of the process or part from this video, because each and every process will be necessary so that I can tell you how to successfully connect the Firebase with your Flutter app. So let's move to the Firebase, and first we are going to create the project name Barber app here. So I will write Barber app. Now I'll click on continue button and we'll click on continue again, and we'll select the account, default account for Firebase. Now click on create project button. So as you can see, Firebase is preparing our project. So wait for a few seconds until it is done. So here it is done. Now I'll click to the continue button and we directly move to the Firebase account where we have created the project name Barber app. Now here you can see that we can connect the iOS, Android and web app with a Firebase. So first I'm going to connect the the iOS, then we'll move to the Apple. So first I'm going to connect the the Apple device, then I'm going to connect the Android device. So first let's move with the iOS, and we need a Apple bundle ID here.
So to get this Apple bundle ID, we'll move to the iOS and here I will open Xcode. So wait for a few seconds. Now we'll go to the runner and signing and capabilities. Now I'll copy this bundle identifier from here and we'll paste it here. So here I have copied the Apple bundle ID. Now click on the register app. Now download the Google Service info.plist file. So let's see this file. Now let's move to the file. So here you can see the file. Now if you have any folder named Google Service info.plist file, I mean the old file, then please remove that file, and here I am going to rename this file to Google Service info.plist file. Please make sure that it should be exactly that I am showing you here, because it shouldn't wrote anything rather than Google Service info.plist. Now I'll paste it below the info. Now I'll click on finish. So here it is done. Now I'll close the Xcode from here and we'll move to the next, again on next, continue to the console. So as you can see that we have successfully added the iOS app here. Now let's move with the Android app. So here we need a Android package name. So we'll move to the Android app build.gradle file and we'll move to the application ID and we'll copy the application ID from here and we'll paste it here. One thing I want to tell you that when you are uploading the app to the Play Store or the Apple Store, then make sure that the application ID should not start with com.example. You can edit example with your company name or your app name. So for example, if I will write Shivam here, then it is ready to go to upload this app to the Play Store. But if you write example and try this app to upload to the Play Store, then you will face a problem because it will frequently shows that please edit your application ID. So this was the small tip from my side. Now I'll click to the register app. Now I will download the Google Services.json file from here and we'll move to the file again, and again I will edit this file name and will remove the older file if we have, and will rename it to Google Services.json and will paste it in the Android app folder. So here you can see the our Google Services.json file. Now I will click on next. Now here comes the plugin. Now we need to copy this ID from here. So I'll copy this ID and we'll move to the Android build.gradle file, and here we need to paste it below the class path. Now I'll paste this text here and we need to edit some of the code. So here you can see the code that I have just edited in the class path. Now one more thing I want to tell you that please do not forget to add the colon here, because the subscriber or the viewers keep on DM me in my Instagram ID that they are facing the error in the class path because they usually forget to add this colon sign here after the GMS. Now let's move back to the Firebase, and here I will copy this ID and we'll move to the Android app build.gradle file and we need to paste it in the apply plugin. We'll paste it here and we'll again edit the code. Now we'll copy the dependency or the implementation and we'll paste it here, and the second one. So we'll click on next, continue to the console. So as you can see that we have successfully added the iOS an Android app here. Now let's move and we'll move to the file and save all the file where we have made the changes. So here it is done, but we need to add some more packages in our perspec.ml file. But before that, let's move to the main.dart file. I think so. Before adding the code to the main.dart file, we need to add the packages in the perspec.ml file. Let's move and we'll add the packages from the perf.dev. So here it is perf.dev website, and I will copy the packages from here and will paste it inside the perspec.ml file. So our first package name is Firebase core. So we need this package to connect the Firebase with our Flutter app. So move to the installing and we'll copy the package from here and we'll move to the perspec.ml file and we'll paste it in the dependencies. So right here. Now our second package name will be Cloud Firestore so that we can upload the data to the Firestore database. Now we'll move to the installing again and we'll copy the package from here and we'll paste it here. So currently I'm adding these two packages in our perspec.ml file, but if we need more packages, then we'll add one by one in our perspec.ml file. Now let's save all the packages that I have pasted in the perspec.ml file. So we are facing the version error. If you are facing the version error, then always remove the exact version from the packages and it will load the specific version accordingly. So as you can see, it has worked successfully and it loads the specific version accordingly by providing the Firebase core package empty. So here it is done. Now let's move to the main.dart file and we need to add some of the line of the code in our void main function. So I will write async and will write widgets flutter binding dot ensure initialized. Now I will write await and I will write firebase dot. So let's call this package first. So I will call the Firebase core package that we have just implemented now in our perspec.ml file. Now I'll write firebase dot initialize app. Please do not forget to add these two lines in a void main function, because without adding these two lines you can't run the Firebase in your Flutter app. So here we'll move to the build and we go to the authentication, because we will be using the email authentication in our Flutter app. But before that, I have forgot to add one of the main package in the Flutter app, which is Firebase Auth. So without this package, you can't add the authentication in the Flutter app. So we'll move to the installing and we'll copy this package and we'll again paste it inside the perspec.ml file. Now let's remove this version and run all the packages and we'll move to the Firebase here and we'll move to the authentication. Now click on get started button. Now we'll move to the email and password and we'll enable email and password from here. Click on save. So as you can see, email and password has been enabled and we can now successfully authenticate in our Flutter app by using the email authentication. Now let's move to the build and we'll move to the Firestore database and we need to change some of the security rules from there so that we can upload the data to the Firestore database. Now click on create database. Now click on next, click on create button. So wait for a few seconds as Firestore is setting up some security rules. So here it is done. Now we'll move to the rules and we'll change false to true. Now click on publish button. So as you can see, publish changes can take up to a minute. So after making the changes, it can take a few minutes to upload the data to the cloud Firestore, but do not need to worry because we need to write the complete function for the email authentication. Then we need to upload the data to the Firestore database. So here we have done the complete setup for the Android and iOS, and we have also connected the Firebase for with our Flutter app. But before moving to the code and we create some function for the authentication in our sign up page, first of all I'm going to run the app in the real Android device. So if you don't know how to connect the real Android device with the Flutter app, then I have already made a video in this channel. I will paste the link in the description box. I'm going to show the complete process to how to run the app in the Android device, because in most of the videos I have found that the user or the viewers are facing the problem to run the app. They are telling that they are finding a Gradle error or the packages error that they have just added from the Firebase. So I'm going to show each and every step to how to run the app in the real Android device, or if you are using the Android emulator, then it will also work in the Android emulator too. If you are facing any error, then one by one I will show you how to solve that error by changing some of the code in the Android build.gradle file or Android app build.gradle file. So as you can see at the bottom, my Android device has been connected with a VS Code. Now I will write flutter run to run the app. So wait for a few seconds, because at the first time if you are running the app in your real Android device, then it may take some time to load the app. So here you can see the Flutter fix option, and it is telling us to change the minimum SDK version to 19. So what I'm going to do that, we'll move to the Android build.gradle file, and here I'm going to change the minimum SDK version to 19. As it shows me that we need to change the minimum SDK version, so I directly go to the specific build.gradle file and change the version. So it is very easy. Now we'll again run the flutter run command. So here it comes the flutter fix, our second error. So if you face anytime a Kotlin Gradle plugin problem, because if you are using the old version or anything, then don't need to worry. I will show you a one-step code we need to change in the build.gradle file. So here you can see the Kotlin version. So it is strictly telling us that we need to add the latest version in the ext Kotlin version. So we need to change that Kotlin version to the latest version. So let me check what really the latest Kotlin version we need to add here. So here I am going to use this Kotlin version. So if you are facing the Kotlin version, then you can use this version in this Kotlin version, and again write flutter run command. So I am doing this because I want to show you all step by step. If you are facing any of this type of errors, then you can solve one by one. Sorry, I didn't save the file. So when you are making the changes, please make sure that you are saving all the file before writing the flutter run command. So now they are telling me to add a multi-dex support for the Android. So I will write yes. So here you can see that our build is successful and we have successfully loaded the app in our real Android device. Now you can use the app accordingly, but here you will face one more error if you are using the old version of the Flutter. Like, it may say you that the host platform return null value, or like Firebase core host API method channel Firebase. So do not need to worry. Again we need to change the Google service version, because each time
you are facing the version error. That's why you are getting this error. So we need to change the class path version here. So I'm going to use the different version in the class path and it will run successfully. So I'm going to use this version in the class path. So you can copy this exact version according to your need if you are facing this error. Now let's save all the file and we'll again run the flutter run command. So I will write flutter run. So we have successfully built the app and the app has successfully launched in my Android device and we have didn't face any error and we have fixed all the error before running the app in the Android device. So by this process you can easily run the app in your real Android device, or if you are using the Android emulator. So if you are facing any this type of error, then you can just change the version and can successfully launch the app in the Android device. And we'll add the complete function for our sign up page so that user can enter the name, email, password and can easily sign up in the app. So here, if the user enter the name like Shivam and the password, the email like this Gmail, now the password. So to handle the text that the user enter on this text field, we need a text editing controller so that we can get the text that the user enter on this text field. So here I will write text editing controller. One will create for the name controller. So equals to new text editing controller. Now we need to create two more for email and one for the password. So we need to pass each controller in the respective text field. So I will write controller and here I will write name controller. For the Gmail I will write email controller and for the password controller. So this will help me to get the text that the user will enter in the respective text field. Now for an example, if the user have entered the name and they have forgot to enter the email ID and they directly move to the password and click on the sign up button, so that we can frequently throw the error that in this respective text field the user didn't enter the email ID. So to check the respective form state of that respective text field that the user have entered or not, we need a global key here. So I will write final form key equals to global key. So we'll check the form state like if the user have entered all the text field or not. And if they have entered all the text field, then we'll call the sign up function to authenticate the user and directly move inside the app. Now to check the form, we need a text form field here because we can't check the form in the text field. Now I will write validator and we'll check the value. So if the value is null or empty, like if the user have forgot to enter the email or the name, we can show the please enter name. So we can frequently return that please enter the name, and if they have wrote the name in the respective text field, then we'll pass null here because we can suggest that the user have entered the name. Now we need to pass this validator case in each text form field. So I will paste it here. Now if it is
So I will write please enter email, and for the password will pass please enter password. Now to access this global key, we need to wrap up the column widget with a form widget, and we need to pass the key form key. So here it is done. Now I will move on and will create a registration function which will be called when the user will click to the sign up button. So if you have followed my other series like chat app, e-commerce app, to-do app, or the news app, then you already know the use of the registration function in the sign up page. So if you haven't followed that series, I will paste the link in the description box, because by following that series you can add some more app to your app bucket list and you can get to know more about the Flutter and Firebase. Basically we need to create a some string here, because in this respective string will pass the name that the user enter on this text field, and through this name string we can authenticate the user by using the user credential. Do not need to worry, I will show you each and every step to authenticate the user. One will for the mail and third for the password. So password should not be equals to null, and name should not be equals to null. Sorry, name and one for the mail. So if this condition will be true, then we'll move inside and we'll use a try catch. So I will write user credential equals to await Firebase auth dot instance. So as I have told you before, we are going to use the Firebase auth package. So here it is the use of the Firebase auth function, and we'll write create user with email and password, and we'll pass the mail string and same for the password. Now once the user have authenticated, then we need to show the some message like registered successfully right at the bottom, so that user can get the hint that they have successfully signed up in the app. So I will use a snack bar here. Now in the content I will pass the text that I have just told you now, which is registered. So registered spelling is correct, REGISTERD. I think so it is correct. Sorry if there will be any spelling mistake, though I am good at coding, but I can face these spelling errors. Now we'll use text type, font size 20.0. Now once the user have authenticated and we pass the message, we can directly push the user to the home page. So we can write navigator dot push material page route context, and we'll push the user to the home page. exception. Now we'll use a try catch. So we can catch the error if the user have entered the weak password, or like they have used the email that is already in the use, and through the catch we can catch the respective errors. So that's why I'm using the try catch here. Now e.code, and we'll check that if the user have entered the weak password. So I will write weak password, equals to, now we'll write, we need to show the snack bar again here, so I will copy it from here and we'll paste it here, and we'll show the message that password provided is too weak. So I will write password provided is too weak. So here it is done. Now we need to also create a else if function, so that we can check that if the user have used the email that he has already used before to sign up in the app. So we'll check that if the email is already in use. You can see that it is very easy to authenticate in the app and to write the registration function to register the user, because everything is directly written. You just need to call that function one by one, and we'll again show the snack bar message that account already exists. So here it is done, and we have wrote the complete registration function. I hope that you are finding very easy, because I tried my best to explain you in as easiest way as possible, and it will be also help the beginner to write the code and understand the each line that I have wrote in the registration function. So if you are facing any doubt or error, you can directly ping me in the comment box, or you can directly DM me on my Instagram ID, because I can give a quick reply in my Instagram ID. Now let's move to the sign up button, and here we are directly pushing the user to the home because we have just created the UI. Now we'll authenticate the user, and the Firebase will move the user to the home page. So here comes our validation case. So we'll check that if the user have entered all the text field. So I will write form key dot current state dot validate and we'll use a set state. The reason for using the set state is because I want to store the text that the user enter on this text field to the respective string. That's why I'm using the name controller dot text, and same for the password controller dot text. Now we'll call the registration function here. So we have wrote the complete code for the sign up page. Now let's run the app in the iOS emulator, and let's authenticate in the app by using the sign up method. Launched successfully, as you can see in the debug console. So now I'm going to sign up in the app by using my name. So I will write Shivam Gupta in my name, and I will use the random email ID here. So I will write shivam123@gmail.com and the random password again.
Now I'll click to the sign up button here. So as you can see that we have registered successfully and directly moved to the home page of the app. So as you can see that our email authentication is working brilliantly and we can successfully register in the app by using the sign up page. At the backend for the signing page, the process will be completely same that we have added for the sign up page. All things will remain same, just we need to add some of the more function, or you can say we can change some of the function in the login function that will create in the signing page. So we'll move to the login.dart file, and here I am going to copy some of the code from the signup.dart file. As I have told you now, the code will be remain same. We just need to add some function in the user login function. So I'll copy the string from here and will paste it in the login page. So let's move to the login page by clicking to this signing text, and here you can see that we need a Gmail and password. So we don't need a name string here to store the name, and we need a to text editing controller to handle the text that the user will enter on this to text field. So we'll copy this email and the password controller, I mean the text editing controller, and we'll paste it in the login page. So here it is done. Now we'll again use a global key here because I want to check that if the user have entered all the respective text field or not. So if they have missed any of the text field, then the app can show that the user have missed that field and they need to enter that field to sign in the app. So here I have wrote a global key which is help us to check the validation in each text field. So we'll move to the respective text field and we'll write text form field. Now in the controller I will write the email controller so that the user can so that we can handle the text that the user will enter on this text field, and we'll again write the same text form field and the controller and password controller. So here it is done. Now we need to go to the column and we'll wrap up with a form widget. So I will write form and will pass the key key and the form key, which is our global key. Now we need to pass the validation in each text form field that we have just done in the sign up page, I mean in the last video. So if you haven't watched the last video, then I will recommend you to please watch that part because it will help you to know more about the sign up page, and then we can move with a login page. So here I will copy the validator case for the not for the name, for the email, and we'll move to the login page and we'll paste it here, and we'll do same for the password. So we'll copy the validation from here and we'll paste it here. Now let's move and we'll create our main function for the login page, which is user login, and I will write async. So we'll again use our try catch because for an example, if the user have entered the wrong email ID and the user didn't use that email ID to sign up in the app and he trying to use the new email ID to log in, then we can show that the user email has been not found. So by this method we can get the correct authentication. And for an example, if the user have entered the email and they have entered the wrong password, so through the try catch we can check the password and can pass that the text that the password that the user have provided is wrong. So
here in the try catch, first I will write await. Now we'll use a Firebase auth package that we have added in the perspec.ml file. We'll write dot instance and we'll use a function name sign in with email and password. And here I'm going to use the sorry, it is mail. Yeah. So null check. Yeah, it's done. Now once the user have signed in, we can directly push the user to the home page. So we'll use a navigator dot push method and I will write material page root. Now I will write context and will push the user to the home page. So I will call the home page here. Now as I've told you that we'll also check the user have entered the wrong password or the user have entered the email ID which he didn't used before, then we can pass the respective case. So I will write Firebase auth exception and here I will write catch so that we can catch the respective error. So I will write scaffold messenger dot of context dot so snack bar. Basically, as I have explained you, snack bar is something.
I didn't catch that. Could you try again?
No, you don't need to catch it. Please leave. Now let's move ahead. And as I've told you in the last video, there is a snack bar at the bottom of the app which tells the message that the user have entered the wrong email or the password. So through the snack bar we can show the respective toast message. Now in the content I will write text and I will write no user found for that email. For that email. Now we'll also pass the font size with, so we need to use style. We can't pass the font like this. Style font size 18.0, color equals to colors dot black. Yep. So here it is done. Now we need a semicolon here. So we need to check the respective case. So I have forgot to add the main condition. So if e dot code is equals to, we'll check that user not found. Then we'll pass the message or the toast message. So here it is done. Now we'll pass a else if case and we'll again check that the user have entered the wrong password. So I will write wrong password. Yes. Now we'll copy the scaffold messenger and we'll paste it here and we'll change the text message to wrong password provided by user. So I will write wrong password provided by user. Yeah. So here it is done. We have passed the two case where we can catch the error, and through this function the user can sign in and can directly move to the home page of the app. So here you can see that by adding just 3 lines we have made a complete user login function, and it is very easy to add this function. Now we have forgot to add the semicolon here. Yeah, here it is done. Now let's move to the signing button and we'll call this function. So here we'll move to the signing button and we'll first check the validation. So I will write if form key dot current state dot validate dot set state, and will write mail, sorry, email controller dot text. You already know the use of the set state over here. And if you have watched the last part, then you already know that. Now we'll call the user login function. So in the form key, we'll check the validation and then we'll rename the string. Then we'll call the user login function to log in the app. So here we have wrote the complete backend or the code for the login page. Now let's hot restart the app. Now one thing I am going to do that first I am going to create a account, then we'll use that same account to log in the app, and through this method we can check both sign up and signing page. So first I'm going to write my name, so I will write Shivam Gupta. Now I will use some random email ID. Now I will use the same password. Now I click to the sign up button, and as you can see we can register successfully. So our sign up page is working brilliantly. Now let's hot restart the app again and we'll move to the signing page, and I will use the same account shivam342 @gmail.com, the password 342. Yeah, now I'll click to the signing button. Taking so much time to log in the app. So let's do one thing. Let's again use the different account. So I am writing, going to write the random name. Yeah, now let's hot restart. Let's move to the signing page. Shivam 456 @gmail.com and the password. Now click to the signing button. I had done a big mistake over here. Basically, we have added the function in the sign up but text over here. Sorry, sometime we also make a big mistake. That's I'm thinking why the signing page is not working, because everything we have added is correct, but sometimes it happens. But no worries, let's move on. Now yeah, so if I'll click to the signing button again, so here you can see that we can successfully authenticate in the home page, and our signing page is also working brilliantly, and our email authentication part is done. Now I want that when the user is signed up in the app or they create a new account to register in the app, the data, I mean the name and the picture of that user, will directly upload to the Firebase Firestore. The reason for uploading the data to the Firestore database is because I can use that data to show that in the admin panel that which user have booked the respective service and at the what time and date, and will also save the data in the shared preference because by using the shared preference, we can frequently call the data in the home page. We don't need to call each time the data from the server. So it is very easy to handle the case by using the shared preference. So first we are going to upload the data to the Firestore database. Now let's move and we'll move to the leaf folder and we'll create a new folder named services here, and in this folder we will write all the code related to the backend. So here I will create a new file in the services folder which will be database.dart, and here I will first create the class name database methods. So I will write database methods. Yeah. Now I will write future add user detail. So as I've told you before, we'll call this add user detail function when the user will sign up in the app for the first time, and we can upload that user data to the Firestore database. Now here we are going to use the map string dynamic because the map string dynamic will help us to first write the string, I mean the name, and through the dynamic method we can upload anything like string, ID, I mean the number, integers, or the link. So it will be the complete dynamic method, and in the string we can pass the user image, name, his respective ID, or any of the information if you develop the other apps. Now we'll give the map name user info map, not indo, info map. Now we'll pass the string ID. The reason for using ID is because I used to provide the respective ID to the each collection, I mean the document that will upload to the collection. Now don't get confused in the collection and the document, because let me upload the first user detail to the Firestore database, then you will get to know more about the user collection and the document that I am just talking now. So we'll write async and we'll pass the return await. Now I will write Firebase Firestore dot instance dot collection, and will give the collection name users, and through the doc id will pass the respective id of that user detail, and through the set method will upload the user detail to that respective collection, and will pass the map. So here we have wrote a function name add user detail to upload the details to the Firestore database. Now let's move to the sign up page. Now where we are pushing the user to the home page, just be above this snack bar, we will first create the map. So here I will show you how to create a map, and will name the map user info map. Now here, as I have told you, there will be a string. So as you can see that I have used a double inverted comma, so it indicates a string, and will write the name. And here in the sign up page, as I have told you, so let me show you the sign up page. I think so now I can't because we are writing the code, but do not need to worry. As I've told you, the name controller will keep the text that the user will enter in the name text field. So we'll pass a name controller, and to get the text in the text field, we'll write dot text, and here we'll upload the name. And now let's upload the email. So I will write email and will pass email controller dot text. Now for the ID, I need to create a random ID here because I don't want to match one ID with a other user ID. It should be unique when we are uploading the data to the Firestore database. So for that we need to add the package name random string, which will help us to add the random string. Now here I will write a random string package name. Now we'll again copy the package version and we'll paste it here. Yeah, it's done. Now I will write string ID. So I'm creating the random string. The string length will be 10. So here I will write ID and I will write the ID. So here you can see that I have uploaded the name, email, ID. Now one more thing left is the image of the user. So in the image I am going to use the random image for uploading the image of the user, and once the user have created the account they can change the image from their profile page. So do not need to worry if the user uploading the the app uploading the random image to the Firestore database, then we can also change the image from the profile page and will give the access to the user to pick the image from the phone gallery. So as you can see that I have added the link of the image. This is a random image. So if you want, you can see this, the random image we are going to upload. Now let's call the database methods where we have wrote the function name add user detail, and here we'll pass the random ID. So I want that this function to be called. First upload the data to the Firestore, then show the snack bar, then push the user to the home page. So for that I will tell the app to wait until this function is called completely by using the await method. So I think so you are finding it very easy because I'm trying to make the complete code beginner friendly. So each and every code I am writing here, I am explaining in best way as possible so that you can get the each function that I am using in the VS Code. Because if you want to make any customized app in your way, then you can also develop the app and can add some more app to your app bucket list. Now we have wrote a function to upload the data to the Firestore database. Now let's check and let's move to the sign up page and we'll create one more account. So let's pass the random name email ID and the password. Now I'll click to the sign up button here again. So here you can see that we have registered successfully. So now let's book and we'll check it in the Firebase. So here you can see the users collection that I was talking about, and here you can see the random unique ID, and here I have used this email to just now to sign up in the app, and you can see that, and the ID that we have just used here, you can see the same ID and the image and the name that I have just wrote in the sign up page. So it is working brilliantly and we can successfully upload as much user data to the Firestore database. So today you have learned how to upload the data to the Firestore database. Also, you got to know lot more things about email authentication. So till now, if you haven't hit that like button, then please, for this video, please do not forget to hit that like button down below, because first of all it is totally free and it will give us some more support to bring more videos on this channel. Also hit that subscribe button too. Now let's move and we'll create a shared preference so that we can save the data locally and we can use that data in the app. So in the services folder, I will create a new file name shared pref dot and will again create a class name shared preference. I am again saying the spelling can be wrong, so please do not mind. Yeah, so static string. Now first we are going to save the user ID, so I will write user ID key equals to, and we'll write user key. Then we are going to save the user name, so user name key, and we'll write name. Now email, so I will write email key and email. Yeah, then the ID, so static string, not stream, string user. Sorry, we have already saved the ID. Yeah, so I will write image key. Yeah, we'll save the image. So user image, yeah. So we are going to save the ID, name, email and the image locally. So to save the image, we need to create each function. So future bool save user ID, and we'll pass the string get user ID so that we can get the user ID. Then async, now shared. Oh, we need to also add a package name shared preference. So let's move to the pub dev again and we'll write a package name shared preferences. Now shared preferences, yes, installing. We'll copy the package and we'll move to the pub.xml file and we'll paste it here. Yes. Now run the package. Now let's move to the shared pref. Shared preferences. Yes, dot, not dot, pref equals to await. We'll await until this function is called dot get instance and we'll get the string. Then we'll return pref dot set string and we'll pass the user ID key where we have put the string and the value. So here we'll save the user ID by calling the save user ID function. So let's create some more function for the name, email and the image.
Yeah, so we have wrote all the function to save the name, email, image and the ID. Now we need to also get the string that we have saved on the respective ID. So let's move and we'll create a function to get the string that we have saved in the respective ID. So now shared preferences and we'll copy this function and we'll paste it here and we'll return pref dot get string. So first, before we have used our set string to set the string or save the string, and now we need to get the string, so we'll use our get string function name and we'll write user ID. So let me create the function for the name, email and the image. Yeah, so here it is done when and we have wrote all the function to save and to get the data from the shared preference. Now let's save the data from the signup.dart page and here I will write await shared preferences helper dot save user name and will pass a name controller dot text. Same for the email. So you can see that it is very easy to save the data locally. We just need to write a function and call that function. I will show you when I will add the backend for the home page to how to get the data from the shared preferences. Controller dot text and await shared preference helper dot save user image, and in the image we are going to call that http link again. So let's save the id to save user id and we'll pass the id. Yeah, so here it is done. We have saved all the data locally. So we are saving the data locally by using the shared preference. That's why I have wrote the shared preference helper function in the registration function. So like when the user will click to the sign up button, then through the database method, first the data will be uploaded to the server and we can use the data locally to, so that why I have used the share preference helper here. So let's move and we'll create a new account here by using the sign up button, because we need to also save the data locally because I am going to use this data in the home page, and I will also show you how to get the data from the shared preference. So here is the method we save the data. So let's move and I will write the random name here, which is now I will write the random email ID. So I will write and the password. Now I'll click to the sign up button and will directly register in the app. So we have registered successfully and the data is also saved locally. Now here you can see the in the home page it is written hello Shivam Gupta,
and here we are going to show the user image. So now I'll show you how to get the data from the shared preference. So let's move to the home page, and here I will create a two string, one which will be for the name and second for the image. Now let's provide the null string. Now I will write get the data from shared pref. So it is our function name. Now I will write async and will write name equals to await shared preference helper dot get user name. So by using the dot get username function, we can get the string that we have saved in the username. Now we need to get the image, so we'll write image equals to await shared preference helper dot get user image. So here we'll again use a set state, because as soon as this data, I mean, we get the data from the shared preference and we pass it to the name string, we can frequently refresh the string name here and we can show that name here in the home page. Now I will write get on the load function. So this function will be called in the init state. Now let me explain you the use of the init state here. So basically in the init state function, like when the user will move to the home page, then the init state will be the first function that will be called from the home.dart file, and then the further functions will be loaded one by one. So init state is the first function that usually call in the dart file. So we want that as soon as the home page loads, the name and the image frequently loads, and it shows me here in the top left corner. So here I will write the name, name null string. Now our image is in the form of the HTTP link, so we'll need to write image.network and we'll call the image string. So you can see the null check error here because we need to hot restart the app. So let's move to the main.dart file and call the home page here so that we don't need to log in again and again. Now let's hot restart this page and you can see the username that I have just used to register in the app, and here you can see the random image that I have shown you in the last video. So our shared preference is working brilliantly, and you can see that we can also save the data locally and we can use that data anywhere we want. Now here we have shown the username and the image. Now let's move to the services. So for an example, if the user want to book the hair washing service, he will click to the hair washing service and here he will select the date for the date he want to book the service. So I am selecting 31st March and also the time. So you can select the time like 4:30 p.m. Click on OK button. So here you can see the date and the time has been set according to the user choice. Now I want that when I click to the book now button, then the respective service will be booked successfully and the service that the user have booked will be shown in the admin panel, so that admin can also get to know which user have booked which service. User will click to the book now button. Then I am thinking that we'll upload the data to the Firestore database by creating a new collection named booking, and in that booking collection will show all the booking that the user will do one by one. I mean the
all the users booking will show in the booking collection. So let's move to the database.dart file and we'll create a new function name add user booking. So I will copy the old function name add user details and we'll change the some code here. So we don't pass a unique id, so I will remove the id here and the user info map will remain same, and here will pass the booking to the new collection name booking, and will remove the doc id from here. So if you are not passing the specific doc id, then you don't need to use a dot set function here, you need to use a dot add function. So here we have created a function to upload the data to the Firestore database. Now let's move to the our booking.dart page, and here you can see the book now button. So here I will write map string dynamic user booking map. Yes. So here first I'm going to show the service that the user have selected. So I will write service, and through the widget dot service we are getting the respective service. So I will write widget dot service. Now I'm going to get the date that the user have selected. So I will write date, and we are saving the date in the selected time. So I will copy this text from here and will paste it here, and will write dot to string here because it will help us to call the specific field in the admin panel on the easy way. Otherwise, it will show the frequent problem if you don't pass dot to string here. Because as you can see, our date is in the form of the string and we have used a map string dynamic. Now let's pass the time. So I will write time. I think so it was for the time. I make a small mistake. Now I'll paste it here. Now let's move and copy the date and we'll paste it here. Yes. So it is done. So here it is the service, date and time. Now we don't need a inverted double inverted comma. We'll directly write dot to string here. I think so. There is some problem. Yeah, we need a double inverted comma over here because we are getting the day from the selected day by using the dollar sign. So we need a double inverted comma, so it will don't copy this thing exactly, but it will give me the day, month and day, year, then it will convert to the to string by using dot to string function. So now we need to also pass the username. So I will write username. Now we need to get the username. So you already know that we have saved the username in the shared preference. So let's call the shared preference again. I always love to copy and paste the code because write the code again and again. So being a developer, I mostly copy the code and paste the code in the different Dart file again and again. But if you are a developer, so copy paste work should be in your blood. So I'm just kidding. Nothing to do with a developer. It's really save your time to write the code again and again. Now let's move forward. We'll call a shared preference dart file here and we'll write name and for the image we'll write image. Yes. So if you want, you can also pass the email of that user. So I will write email equals to await shared preference helper dot get user email. So we'll pass the email. Yeah, it's done. So we have wrote a complete map string dynamic, I mean the complete map here. So database methods function that we have just wrote in the database.dart file so that we can upload this data to the booking collection. So I will write async await. Now database methods dot, sorry, what was the function name, add user booking, yeah, and we'll pass the our map name which is user booking map. So once the data has been uploaded, I want to show the user that the booking has been successfully done. I mean the service has been booked successfully. So you know that whenever you want to show the toast message or the snack bar, you can use a scaffold messenger. So we'll move to the login.dart file and sorry, in the signup.dart file where we have wrote the scaffold messenger. So I will copy the snack bar from here and we'll move to the booking.dart file and we'll paste it here. Now we'll write service has been booked successfully. Yeah, it's done. So service has been booked successfully. Now let's hot restart the app and we'll check the our booking service function. So for an example, if I want to book the service for the hair cutting, so I will select the hair cutting from here. I think so we haven't passed a navigator push function in each of the service here. So let's do one thing. Let's move to the home.dart file and let's pass the navigator function in each of the services here. So need to wrap up in the container. So just set it after in the on tap method. We'll pass this and hair cutting. So I want to book the service for the respective barber. So I will click to the hair cutting service and here you can see the hair cutting. So I will book for the 31st March and will set a time for like 5 p.m. Now click on OK. So I will tap to the book now button and you can see service has been booked successfully and it clearly passed the hint to the user that the service that the user have selected for the respective date and time has been booked now. Let's move and we'll check it in the Firebase where the booking collection has been created. So we'll move to the Firestore database and here you can see the booking collection with our doc ID and the date that we have selected, the email that we have get from the shared preference, the image of the user, the service that we have selected which is hair cutting and the time we have selected with a username that we again get from the
shared preference. It is working brilliantly and we can see all the bookings in our Cloud Firestore. Now let's move and we'll create the login page for our admin and then we'll show all the bookings in the admin panel and how to manage the bookings from the admin panel. Now we'll move to the leave folder and we'll create a new folder named admin here, and inside the admin folder we'll create a new file named admin login.dart. So I will write import now material stateful widget admin login. Yeah, it's done. Now one thing I'm going to do that, basically let's move to the sign up page first. So I will write sign up page in our main.dart file, and here we'll change the create your account to the admin panel and we'll tell the user to, the admin to enter the username and the password, and there will be a sign up button. You can say a login button to directly move inside the admin panel. So the design will be completely same for the admin login page. We just need to make some of the changes. So let's move to the sign up dart page and I will copy the complete code from here and will do the customization for the need of admin login page. Now I'll copy the code from here and will paste it here. Now we'll change the text to admin panel. So I will use /n panel. We can remove the validation case from here. We need a text editing controller to handle the username and the password that the admin will enter on the two text field. So we'll remove the name from here and we'll just write the user name and we'll write text editing controller user name controller equals to new text editing controller, and we'll do same for the password. So I will write user password, or you can say admin password. Now I will call the user name controller and will change the hint text to user name, and we'll do same for the password. User password. We'll remove the validation case from here and login. Yes. We'll also remove the spacer from here. It's done. Now let's move to the main.dart file and we'll call the admin login page so that I can show you how it really looks. So here is the admin login page. Now in the username there will be the unique username and the password which I will provide to the admin so that they can enter the username and the password and can directly move to the admin panel. So for an example, if the admin entered the wrong username and the password, he can't move to the admin panel. So it will be a much secure form to handle the admin panel like this. Now let's move to the admin login.dart file, and here I will write a login admin function and I will write Firebase Firestore dot instance dot collection, and we'll write the collection name admin here. So what we are going to do that, here I'm going to call the collection name admin. So let's move to the Firebase Firestore and we'll create a new collection name admin, and inside the admin collection we'll pass the ID. So ID will be the Peter and the password will be 123456. So this will be the unique username, or you can say the ID and the password to register or can log in the admin panel. So without using this ID or password, you can't directly move to the admin panel. So here I will call a collection name admin, and once I call this collection name, I will get the field name, and in the value I will write snapshot. Basically snapshot will help me to get all the respective document that is available on the admin collection. Now we'll write snapshot dot data dot docs, sorry, not data, docs dot for each, and in the element we'll write result. So basically we are going to call the ID and the password. So like once the user enter the username Peter and the password 123456, then we are going to check that if it match with this ID or not, or same for the password. If the username and the password get matched with a field name, then we are directly move the admin to the admin panel. So here we'll write if result dot data, and our field name is ID, so I will write ID should not be equals to user controller dot username controller dot text dot trim. Basically dot trim function will help us to, like for an example, if the admin have wrote the username Peter and they have wrote a space after the name Peter, then the app should trim the space and they need to provide us only the Peter username. If we don't write trim here, then it will write Peter space and it will tell the app that the username that the admin has entered is wrong. So I think so you are getting what I am trying to explain. Though the admin have entered the correct username, but just because of the space, the app will throw the error, which will not give a better experience for the admin when they are using the admin panel. That's why I use a dot trim function here. Now I'm going to show the snack bar here. For an example, if the ID didn't match with a ID that we have just provided in the admin collection, then we are going to show the message that your ID is not correct by using the snack bar. So let's move to the sign up page and we'll copy the scaffold messenger snack bar from here and we'll paste it here, and we'll just change the name, I mean the text, to your ID is not correct. And we'll pass the second case that if the password is not matched, then we'll show the your password is not correct. So we'll copy this case completely from here and we'll paste it here, and we'll just write else if case, and we'll change the ID to password and user password controller.text. And if the password didn't match, then we'll write your password is not correct. So we have wrote a complete function for the login admin page. I think so not. We are missing some case. Yeah. Like if both will be correct, then we need to push the user to the admin panel. So here I am going to create a new file name booking admin dot. On this dot file we are going to show all the bookings that the user have booked in the booking collection. So we'll first import the package and we'll pass the stateful widget name booking admin and we'll write navigator dot push material page route. So here it is done. Now let's call this login admin function when the user will write the username and the password and will tap to the login button. So let's hot restart the page and here I will write the username Peter and the password 123456 and will click to the login button. So as you can see our login function is working brilliantly and through the unique ID and the password we can successfully log in the admin panel. Now let's hot restart here again and I will enter the wrong username and will click to the login button and you can see that it frequently shows me the message that your ID is not correct. So it is working brilliantly and as soon as I have wrote the wrong username, it passed the text message that your ID is not correct. Now on this page, first I am going to show the text which will be the headline of our admin panel which is all bookings. So here we are going to show all the bookings that the user have done from the user app. Now we need a text widget here. So we'll write text and in the text widget we'll write all bookings. Now we'll pass the style text style colors dot black font size 20.0 font weight dot bold. Yeah, so here you can see the all booking text, but I need to bring this text over here. So I will wrap up with a center widget and will provide the space from the top, I mean to the container. So I will write margin edge inset dot only top 40.0, maybe 60.0. Yeah, so we can also increase the text. So I will change it to 24. Now here you can see the all bookings or headline of this page. Now let's move with a column widget and here we are going to first create a container where I will show the our service name that the user have booked, which user have booked that service. So the user name and the date and the time at which the user have selected. So you already know that there is a booking collection in the Firestore database. So here you can see the date, email, image, service, time and the username. So we are going to show all these details over here. So first I'm going to create the UI and through the stream builder we are going to show all the details one by one.
So don't need to worry about a stream builder. I will tell you how to use a stream builder in the Flutter app. Now let's move and we'll create a container over here, and we need to also provide the margin from the left and right position of the container. So I will write left 20.0 and right 20.0. Now in the decoration I will write box decoration. Now we are going to use a same color that we have provided in the sign up page, or you can see the admin login page. So this is a gradient color that I am going to use. So I'll copy this linear gradient color from here and will paste it over here. So here it is done. Now let's provide the width to the container. So I will write media query dot of context dot size dot width. Basically, media query is something that will help us to make the app highly responsive. So by providing the media query dot of context dot size dot width, our container will use a complete width of the screen, which will make the container highly responsive. Now let's write something on the container. So I will write, I think so we need a column widget over here. So I will write text column children. Now I will write text widget again. And first we are going to show the service name. So I will write service, sorry, I service. Now here cutting. So here you can see the container. Now let's provide the space from the headline and the container. So let's provide the size box height 20 point, you can say 30.0. Yeah. So let's provide the styling to our text widget. So I'll copy the style from here and will paste it here. And we need to change the color to white so that I can see the text on this container. So here you can see the service which is hair cutting. Now let's decrease the font size to 20.0. Yeah. Now I am thinking that first at the top left side I will show the user image, then I am going to show the service. So let's do one thing. In the children we'll write image dot asset. So we are, so as I have told you, we are just writing the UI. I'm going to connect it with a Firebase after writing the UI of the container. So let's move forward, and in the images folder I am going to get the random boy image which is boy.jpg, and will provide the height maybe 50 and the width 50, and fit boxfit.cover so that it can use a complete height and the width. So here you can see the user image, but I need this image at the left side over here. So one thing I'm going to do, that I will wrap up the image.asset with a row widget and will write main axis alignment dot start. So here you can see that we have successfully moved the image to the left side of the container. Now we need to also provide the padding over here. So I will write padding edge insert dot all, and we can provide the padding 10. So we can also increase the image over here. So I will write 100 and maybe 100. No, it's too big. Maybe 80. Okay. So if you want to provide the border radius to the image, you know that if you have watched my old app series, then you need to wrap up with a clip react widget. So I will write clip react, react. Now border radius dot circular 30. Maybe we can provide some more border radius. Yeah, 60. So we can also provide the border radius to this container
So I'll copy this from here and we'll paste it over here and we'll change to 20. Yeah. So let's provide the size box, I mean the space between the image and the text. Now we have shown the service that the user have selected. Now we are going to show the user name. So here you can see the user name. So first of all I will write like this, Gupta. Yes. Now let's provide the size box, not too much space, we need just 5. Yeah. So we'll copy the space and the text again and we'll paste it here. Now we need to show the date. If you want, you can also show the email. So I will write date and I will write the random date over here. Maybe it is on this format. Yeah. So here you can see the date and the time. So we'll again copy that case and we'll paste it here and we'll just write time and 04 maybe 10 p.m. Yeah. So here you can see the service name, date and time. So if you want, you can also provide the material widget to this, I mean the elevation to this container. So one thing you can do, you can wrap up with a material widget, and the elevation 5.0. Now let's provide the border radius to our material widget. So I'll copy the border radius and we'll paste it over here. So here you can see that we have provided the elevation to this container. So it's look more attractive now. So you can set the elevation according to your choice. So let's keep on 8. Yeah. So we have wrote the UI. Now let's connect it with our Firebase so that it can automatically show all the bookings over here on this page. Now, okay, one thing I just realized that I have forgotten to add the our main button, which is done. Basically, this done button will this Siri, yeah, it's gone. So basically, done button will help us to, like, when we'll tap I not when we will, basically when the admin will tap this done button, then this service will be deleted from the Firestore database, which will mark that this service has been done. So let's create a customized button over here. So we'll write container and child. Now we can provide the button over here, text. I will write done style textile textile color equals to colors dot wait dot bold. Yeah. Now we need to provide the color to our container. So I am going to use the color that we have provided before in the sign up page. I think so. No, maybe in the login page. We have used this color only. Yeah, I'm finding this color. We have got this color. Basically that color has a unique code. so I don't know that unique code, because there are thousands of color that we use in building the Flutter apps, so I don't know the code. Yeah, so now let's provide the border radius. So I will write border radius dot circular, maybe 10. Yeah, you can see the button done. Let's do edge insert dot oil 10. Yeah, done button. Now let's provide the space on the top 20.0. Yeah, you can also provide the space from the bottom for the more accuracy. Yeah, so here you can see the done button. Now let's move and we'll add the our function name get bookings from the database.dart file. So we'll use future. Now as we are going to use a stream, so let me explain you what is the use of stream builder. Basically stream builder is like whenever you want to call a list of documents that present in the respective collection, I mean in the Firestore database, then stream builder is one of the best thing, because if you make any changes, like if you update any document from the respective collection, then it will take just a few seconds to show that update in the Flutter app by using a stream builder. For an example, if I want to change the time over here, I mean the time field, and I want to change from 5:52 to 6 p.m. Then through the Flutter app, I make an update and change to 6 p.m. Now the stream builder will just take a few seconds to show the update over in my Flutter app. So I will recommend you to, whenever you want to show the list of documents from the Firestore database, always use a stream builder over here. Now query snapshot will help us to get all the respective documents, and will name the function name get bookings, and you know already the use of async await over here. Now Firebase Firestore dot instance dot collection, and will pass the collection name bookings. So here you can see booking, it's not bookings dot snapshot. So this will be the last part of this Barber Booking App series, and then you will have one more app to your app bucket list. Maybe this is our 8th app on this channel. So if you haven't followed the other 7 apps, you can see the link in the description box, where we have made all the different apps on this channel. So let me know how you love this series, because on this series I have completely coded with you all. I didn't plan anything like before starting the video. It's like I have some thoughts and started to code and record this video. So if you like this way, because this is the first time I have used this way to record the video on this series. So if you love the way, please let me know on the comment box. And if you want me to record the video in the older style, I mean the through the voiceover, then also let me know, because your query is very necessary for me to know that what really you are looking for. Now let's move forward. Now let's move to the booking.dart page. No, bookingAdmin.dart page again. And here I will write stream and will name the stream booking stream, and will pass a null check error. I mean the null check by using a question mark. Now we'll write widget and will name all bookings. Bookings. Yes. Now let us sync and we'll return. Now we'll return a stream builder over here. Stream builder over here. Yes. So sorry, we can't provide the async in a widget. That's why it's showing the error. Now in the stream builder, first I'm going to pass a stream which we have wrote booking stream. Booking stream. And in the builder we'll write context a sync snapshot which will help us to get all the document, and in that respective document we can get the respective fields. Now here I will write return snapshot dot data, sorry, hash data, and we'll check that if the collection we are calling like booking, then we'll check that if this collection has data or not. So if there is not any data, then we'll just show a container, and if there will be a data, then we'll show a list view builder which will show me all the documents in the form of list view. So I will write list view dot builder. Yeah. So here I will write not over here. We need to pass it over here. Yeah. So as I have told you, list view builder, and did it has data, then list view builder, and if not, show the container. So it is easy. Now let's move, and in the item builder I am going to pass a context and the index, and through the index we'll get the document like document 1 2 3 like present in the respective collection, and we'll write document snapshot ds equals to snapshot dot data dot docs, and we'll write index. So in the ds we are getting the each field name that present in that respective document. Now we'll also pass the padding, so I will write padding edge insert dot 0. Now scroll direction axis dot vertical, and sync and wrap true. Yeah, it's done. I think so. How item builder is. Yeah. Now we'll return what we are going to return, this container that we have just made for the UI. Now we'll copy this complete material widget from here and we'll cut it from here and we'll paste it here. That's done. Now so our image is in the form of the link, so we'll write image dot network ds, what is the field name, image. Yes. Now our service name, so plus ds service, so I'll write service. Our the user name, so plus ds user name, this name. Now date, so we'll write plus ds date. We just need to copy and paste the field name, and it will frequently take all the fields by using the stream builder. Now we need to also call a function that we have wrote in the database.dart file, which is get bookings, to show all the bookings. Now we'll write get on the load function name. Now we'll write async booking stream equals to await database methods dot get bookings, and we'll write set state over here. Now in the init state, you already know the use of init state. I have explained in the last video. Get on the load, we'll call a get on the load function. Now let's call this all booking function in our column widget so that we can show all the bookings. Now let's hot restart the app.
And we'll go to the main.dart file and we'll call the booking admin page from there so that I can show you what all things we have called from the Firebase Firestore. So I'll write booking admin and we'll hot restart here. So we are getting some error. Let me check. It is writing on valid value. Maybe we need to wrap up with expanded widget. So just wait up for a few seconds. I need to restart the app. So I'll close the complete VS Code and we'll rerun the app again. So as you can see, our app has launched successfully and here we are getting the first document. I don't know why this error, like range error valid value. So I think so. Yeah. We forgot to pass a item count here in the list view builder because we need to pass how much documents are there in the respective booking collection, and that will be passed to a document snapshot. So we'll pass item count and we'll write snapshot dot data dot docs dot length. So we are passing the length of the all the documents, I mean the count of all the document that present in the booking collection. Now let's hot restart the app again and here you can see that that error is gone and we are successfully able to see our first document, the image, service, time and the date. Now when I'll tap to this done button, I want that this document should be deleted from the booking collection. So let's move to the database.dart file and here we'll pass a function to delete the bookings. So I will remove the future from here. We'll just pass the string ID. We need to pass a string ID here because we need to get this ID because this document ID is this ID. So through the booking collection, we'll go to this ID and we'll remove this document from here. So we'll name the function name delete bookings. Now id dot delete. Yeah, so here it is done and we have wrote a function to delete the document. We need to also pass a future over here. Now let's move to the booking admin page and here in the container we'll wrap up with a gesture detector and in the onTap method we'll pass the async await database methods dot delete booking, and in the booking we'll pass a ds.id and it will give me that id. Now let's hot restart it again and when I'll tap to this done button you can see that it takes just a few seconds to remove that document from the app, or you can say the service. Now you can see that it also deleted the document. This document doesn't exist, so this collection has no document. So as you can see, there was only one collection, one document on this booking collection that has been deleted from here. So our app is working brilliantly and our admin panel part is also done. The final segment of our Barber Booking App series, which is a forgot password screen. So we are going to first make the UI of the forgot password page, then we are going to add the backend for the reset password. So let's move to the pages folder and we'll create a new file name forgot password dot and I will write import and will import the packages here and will write stateful widget and will name the forgot password, and here I will write scaffold body container child column children. Yes. So here first I'm going to pass the background color. So I will pass the background color colors dot black and I will pass the size box height 70.0 so that I can provide the space from the top, and I will pass the container and will write child text and will name the headline of this page, which will be the password recovery. Now we'll pass the styling to this text widget by using the text style. Now we'll write colors.white and font size 30.0 and font width.bold. Yes. So here it is done. Now we can align the text to the center. So I will write alignment dot top center. Now let's pass one more size box over here so that I can pass a text again, which will be indicating the user to enter the email for that email that they have forgot the password and they want to reset the password. So I will pass enter your email over here. Now here I am going to pass a email. So first I will write container over here and will pass the padding edge insert dot only left 10.0 and will provide the padding from the left position. Now we will pass a decoration box decoration, and in the box decoration we'll pass a border and we'll give the border to our container. So we'll write border dot all and we'll give the color to our border. So we'll write colors dot white 70 and we'll pass the width 2.0. Now once we have passed the border, we will provide the border radius to our container. So I will write border radius dot circular 30. So now let's write a child over here and we'll write text form field. Now we'll pass a validator and you already know the use of validator in the text field form field. So if we'll check that if the value is null or empty. So for an instance, if the value is null or empty, we'll return the text to the user to enter their email. So sorry, value dot is empty. Now we'll return please enter your email. Please enter email. Yeah. Now once the user have passed the email, will pass return null because they have filled this form text field, and that's why we don't need to pass anything if there is already an email has been written in the text form field. Now
we'll pass a style in the text form field. So I will write style. Now we'll write text style colors dot white, and we'll use our decoration input decoration, and in the input decoration first we are going to pass the hint text which will suggest the user to enter the email on this text field, and we are going to pass the hint style and we'll give the text style to our text form field, and we'll pass the font size 80.0. Now colors dot white. Now we'll write prefix icons dot, we'll write mail outline, and we'll pass a colors dot white 70, 60, and the size 30.0. Wait, I am keep on writing the code in the forgot password.dart file, but let me show you what all things I've just wrote here. So in the main.dart file I'm going to call the forgot password page. So here you can see the our headline of this page, enter your email, and this is a text field that we have just created. Now let's do one more thing. Let's provide the space from the top. So I will pass the size box height 30.0, and we'll also give the margin to our text form field. So I'll write margin h inset dot symmetric, I think so, horizontal 20.0. Yeah. So here you can see that there is some line over here. To remove this line, you need to write border input border dot none, and it will frequently remove that line in the text form field. So once the user move to the password recovery page, they read the text like enter your email, and they type their email over here on this text field. Then we need a button just below this text field which will be the send email, and that email will be sent on the email that the user have just entered over here, and through that email they will get one link to reset their password. So first I'm going to create a customized button over here. So let's move to the booking admin, and we'll copy this done button from here and we'll paste it over here, and we'll change the text to send email. So here it is done. Let's provide the space from the top. So I will write size box height maybe 50.0. Yeah. So this is a simple UI that I have just created for a forgot password screen. If you want to make it more with colors and all, then you can also make the forgot password screen UI according to your choice. Now let's move to the our main function of this forgot password screen, which is reset password. So this function will be called when the user will click to this send email button. So I will write reset password. Now I will write async, and I will write try, and again we are going to use our try catch error that we have already used in the login and sign up page before. So I will write await Firebase auth dot instance dot send password reset email, and here we are going to pass the email. So we need to create a string which name will be email. Yeah, so we'll pass a null check error over here. Now we'll write a snack bar again where we'll pass that password reset email has been sent.
So once the user have sent their email to this function name send password reset email, we are going to show the snack bar here again. So let's move to the signup.dart page, and here we are going to copy the scaffold, I mean the snack bar from here, and we'll paste it here. So we'll change the text to password reset email, sorry, email has been sent. Yeah, so here it is done. Now once the email has been sent, and for an example, if there will be a error like they have passed that email that they have don't used to register in the app, I mean used to sign up in the app, then we will show the message that no user found for that email. So we'll check that if the user not found by using e.code function that we have already done in the sign up page before. So we'll pass a catch so that we can catch the error, and we'll write if e dot code is equals to user not found. So for an example, if the user will not found, then we'll again pass a toast message, or you can say a snack bar just below the screen, and we'll pass the text that no user found for that email. Yeah, so here it is done, and we have wrote a complete function for the reset password. You can see it is very easy to write a function for login page, sign up page, reset password page. It is very easy. You don't need to like remember any of things. All functions are already pre-coded. You just need to bring one function after the another, and it is very easy, and there is just to write a snack bar once, and you can copy that snack bar on each of the functions. So now let's move, and here you already know that we need to create a global key so that we can check the validation. So let me create that global key over here. Form state. So here it is done. Now we need to wrap up the container with a form widget so that we can pass a key, not, yeah, key form key. Now in the send email button, we are going to first check the validation. So we'll write the if form key dot current state, yes, state dot validate, and set state. In the set state, I'm going to write email, and sorry, I think so we need to also pass a text editing controller so that we can handle the text that the user enter over here. I'm damn sure that by following this Barber Booking App series, you get to know lots of things regarding the Flutter and Firebase. Now, there is one more app to your app bucket list, and if you want to follow some more tutorials or the app development series, you can follow our or subscribe our channel, because I'm going to bring some more exciting series on this channel here again. So do not forget to hit that subscribe button down below. Now we have wrote a complete function for our forgot password screen. Now let me show you how the email will be sent on the email that the user type over on this text field, and how I will also show you how to reset the password by using the Firebase. Now let's move, and first we are going to sign up in the app, and we'll use that same email ID in the forgot password screen, and will tell the app that I have forgot the password for this email, and please suggest me to
reset this password. So I'm going to call the sign up page over here. Here I will write the random name and I will write the email ID. Now the random password and we'll click to the sign up button. So we have registered successfully. Now let's move to the forgot password again and we'll tell the app that I forgot the password for this email ID. So I will write here my email ID and we'll click to the send email button. So as you can see, password reset email has been sent. So now let's check the email where I have got the link. So here you can see the email ID where I've got the link and I'll please press to this link and it will redirect me to a different page, and here it is suggesting me to reset the password for this email ID that I have just entered in the app. So I will pass a random password over here and click to the save button, and you can see that a password has been changed and now I can sign in with my new password. So our forgot password screen is also working brilliantly. So we have made a complete Barber Booking app from the scratch. Also, you have added 8th app to your app bucket list because we have already developed 7 apps before on this channel. You can find the link on the description box. While I can see that many of the viewers are loving our videos but haven't hit that subscribe button yet. So let's make that 83% shrink by tapping to that subscribe button below and be a member of this Flutter community. Until then, keep coding, keep having fun. I will see you next time. Thanks for watching.